Sama buruk. Ama che perché io un po' catale, quindi dico, ma perché io un po' catale.
esperarem el reportatge. Però hem de començar. Benvingudes totes a aquesta conferència Ciutats pels Drets Humans, Cities for Rights. És per nosaltres, com a Ajuntament de Barcelona, un honor poder tenir-vos a totes vosaltres aquí. I per donar les paraules de benvinguda, d'inauguració de la conferència, tenim a l'alcaldessa de Barcelona, Ada Colau. Moltes gràcies.
Molt bon dia a tothom. Muy buenos días. Bonjour a tous. Good morning, everyone. Bienvenidos, benvinguts a la conferència internacional Cities for Rights. I want to give my warmest welcome to all the representatives of other cities that are here today with us. Thank you very much. For us, it's very, very important. Hoy, 10 de diciembre, se cumplen 70 años de la proclamación de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos. Un hito en la historia, un acontecimiento realmente histórico que marca un antes y un después. Por primera vez, hace 70 años, las naciones del mundo se ponían de acuerdo para reconocer algo tan básico como la igualdad de todas las personas. La declaración se convirtió en el principal instrumento internacional de reconocimiento de derechos y en una herramienta esencial de construcción de ciudadanía global. Hoy, por lo tanto, 70 años después, es un día, sin ninguna duda, de celebración, pero también de hacer balance y, sobre todo, de reivindicación y de reafirmación de nuestro compromiso de trabajar para defender y garantizar los derechos y las libertades de todas las personas. A pesar de los avances registrados, que son muchos, gracias a la lucha de mucha gente, a pesar de la lucha de los movimientos sociales, hoy asistimos a grandes amenazas, a una regresión de derechos en todo el mundo impensable hace pocos años. Los llamados populismos, la xenofobia, la extrema derecha crecen en muchos países sobre la base del discurso del miedo, del odio, de la inseguridad, buscando a enemigos fáciles. Y vemos como de nuevo se recrudecen los discursos machistas, homófobos o racistas. Colocar el foco sobre los más vulnerables, presentándolos como los principales culpables de la inseguridad, cuando no pueden ellos defenderse, presentando a los vulnerables como los responsables del colapso del estado del bienestar o de la falta de trabajo, es un recurso que, desgraciadamente, en muchos casos se está demostrando útil para ganar votos, por ejemplo, en medio de una crisis económica que ha empobrecido a las clases populares, o también muy útil para encubrir a los verdaderos responsables de la crisis, a ese pequeño porcentaje mundial que acumula, en base a la avaricia, riqueza, millones y millones, empobreciendo a la mayoría de la población. Frente a una extrema derecha que se alimenta del miedo a nuestros vecinos, tenemos que generar esperanza. Esa es nuestra obligación. Construir juntos y juntas, entre nosotros, con los otros y no contra los otros. Solo de esta manera, con alianzas construidas desde abajo, podemos derrotar a los Salvini, Bolsonaros o Trumps del mundo. Porque queremos, y eso lo decimos con toda la alegría, queremos y peleamos por un mundo feminista, es decir, un mundo no solo para las mujeres, sino de igualdad real para hombres y mujeres y, sobre todo, que ponga la vida en el centro de todas las prioridades. Por ello hay que construir comunidad, tanto a nivel local como a nivel internacional. Una comunidad que desde la proximidad con el otro, donde al otro no es un titular de prensa ni es una cifra, sino que es nuestro vecino con rostro, con mirada, esa comunidad desde la proximidad que pueda transformar los miedos en esperanza, de forma concreta, no utópica, no retórica, sino a través de buscar soluciones concretas con nuestros convecinos. Es evidente que no será fácil, que los retos globales que tenemos ahora mismo sobre la mesa no son nada sencillos. El cambio climático, el aumento de las desigualdades, las migraciones. Así que fácil no va a ser, lo sabemos, pero desde luego sabemos que es posible y que nos toca a todos nosotros corresponsabilizarnos para hacerlo realidad. Ante la regresión de derechos, las ciudades se configuran como espacios de libertad, de acogida, de refugio para aquellos que se ven amenazados por la extrema derecha global. Al mismo tiempo, es el espacio donde se expresan con mayor crudeza las contradicciones y las desigualdades a escala global. El paro, la pobreza, los desahucios, las violencias, las discriminaciones se concretan también en nuestras ciudades. En este contexto, la ciudad se reafirma como espacio político clave, como espacio social clave, para reforzar, para reafirmar y para reimpulsar la democracia. Hace 20 años, no por casualidad, fue en diciembre de 1998, Barcelona acogió la primera Conferencia Europea de Ciudades por los Derechos Humanos. En este encuentro, más de 70 ciudades levantamos la voz desde el municipalismo para reivindicarnos como la administración más próxima a la ciudadanía que defiende, protege y garantiza los derechos de todos sus vecinos. En un contexto donde los compromisos internacionales en materia de derechos humanos se decidían únicamente entre los Estados y donde las responsabilidades y los recursos no se compartían. En Barcelona se adoptó hace 20 años la Carta Europea de Salvaguarda de los Derechos Humanos en la ciudad, que fijaba como compromiso político, pero también de forma jurídica y vinculante, las obligaciones de los entes locales. Desde aquí, mi reconocimiento personal y político a todas las personas que de forma visionaria impulsaron aquel encuentro. Han pasado 20 años y hemos avanzado, también hay que saber reconocerlo. Hoy muchas ciudades cuentan con mecanismos municipales de garantía de los derechos, como por ejemplo los defensores del pueblo locales, y cada vez más se planifican políticas locales de derechos humanos. En Barcelona podríamos poner muchos ejemplos, y está Jaume Sens, el teniente de Alcaldía de Derechos de Ciudadanía, que seguro que luego entrará en muchos detalles. Pero, por ejemplo, tenemos un servicio municipal de atención a las víctimas de discriminación, la Oficina para la No Discriminación, que ha aumentado sus recursos y su actividad en los últimos años. Hemos multiplicado también en los últimos 3 años por 4 las personas refugiadas atendidas, aunque no tengamos competencias, pero como decía un alcalde del norte, donde acaban nuestras competencias empiezan nuestras incumbencias, porque somos el gobierno de la ciudadanía y, por lo tanto, más allá de las competencias, allí donde se vulneran derechos o se amenaza la vida de nuestros conciudadanos, las ciudades sacamos recursos desde debajo de las piedras y movilizamos prioridades para atender a quien lo necesita. Por eso hemos multiplicado, aunque no tengamos ninguna competencia, por 4 la atención a personas refugiadas. Podría poner otros ejemplos, pero creo que eso ya entrará luego en la mesa más detallada. Simplemente para ir terminando, destacar que efectivamente, como decía, son muchas las vulneraciones de derechos que se están produciendo aquí en Barcelona, porque no hablamos desde ninguna arrogancia ni autocomplacencia. Estamos en Europa, pero en Europa se violan sistemáticamente los derechos humanos, empezando por su política racista de inmigración y por su no acogida y política de fronteras criminal que condena a la muerte a miles de personas en nuestro mar Mediterráneo. Por lo tanto, sin ninguna autocomplacencia, desde Europa decimos que aquí se vulneran sistemáticamente los derechos humanos y se vulneran en rincones de todos los continentes y de todo el mundo. Pero desde aquí también afirmamos no solo la resistencia, la no indiferencia, que creemos que es la base de la democracia, la no indiferencia hacia el sufrimiento humano, se produzca en el vecino de mi propia calle o se produzca en la ciudad más lejana y remota a nuestra ciudad donde vivimos. Porque sabemos, como muy bien nos enseña la Declaración de Derechos Humanos, que en la vulneración de los derechos de una sola persona implica potencialmente la vulneración de derechos de cualquiera de nosotros, del conjunto de la humanidad. Por eso, nuestro compromiso con los derechos humanos nunca puede ser retórico y tiene que implicar siempre nuestro máximo esfuerzo. Y además de que efectivamente No podemos ser autocomplacientes y hay que ver los avances, pero también denunciar que se vulneran sistemáticamente los derechos humanos en Europa como en todo el mundo, pero también tenemos que saber ver las señales de esperanza, y las hay. Hemos visto como en un momento de auge de la extrema derecha y de los discursos institucionales racistas, desgraciadamente, en Europa, por ejemplo, pero también hemos visto las manifestaciones masivas. Barcelona tuvo el orgullo de que la ciudadanía impulsara la manifestación a favor de la acogida de refugiados más grande de toda Europa. Eso es una señal de esperanza, la ciudadanía marca el camino, como también la reacción ciudadana en México o en Estados Unidos frente a las políticas criminales de Trump en la frontera, o esa caravana hondureña que pelea por los derechos y las libertades de todos. Como lo vemos también en las mareas feministas que se están manifestando, lo hemos visto en España este año, pero también en muchos otros países. Así que son muchas las movilizaciones masivas también a favor de los derechos y las libertades. Y las ciudades tenemos que estar al lado de la ciudadanía. Precisamente como institución más próxima, somos actores globales que tenemos que trabajar para la esperanza de la mano de la ciudadanía. Hace pocos días estaba en Estados Unidos en un encuentro en Vermont con Bernie Sanders, con alcaldes como el de Nueva York o la alcaldesa de San Juan de Puerto Rico, con intelectuales progresistas de distinto tipo, y había esta conciencia de que efectivamente no podemos quedarnos en los diagnósticos y en las recetas de siempre. El mundo global ha cambiado muy rápido, y sobre todo ha cambiado rápido en manos de quien más poder concentra. Hay una pequeña minoría que ha visto en grandes movilizaciones ciudadanas y en avances de derechos concretos que se han estado produciendo una amenaza a sus privilegios. Y hay una extrema derecha que efectivamente se organiza a nivel global y que lo hace de manos de grandes capitales, no lo hace de forma caótica. Hay una extrema derecha y una gran reacción conservadora que se está organizando a nivel internacional, y lo veíamos en las elecciones andaluzas de hace pocos días, donde la extrema derecha también llegaba a las instituciones españolas, en este caso al Parlamento andaluz, y lo hacía asesorada por el asesor de Trump, que le asesoraba, por ejemplo, en el uso inmoral de WhatsApp, por ejemplo, para hacer llegar mensajes directos a la ciudadanía, ¿no? Mentiras, las fake news, las famosas fake news, que no llegan de forma caótica o espontánea, sino de forma organizada, con muchísimo dinero detrás. Entonces, yo creo que eso nos obliga a todos nosotros a hacer un gran esfuerzo de coordinación. No podemos ser ingenuas, no es suficiente con tener razón. Eso es algo que a menudo las izquierdas o las fuerzas progresistas han cometido ese error, pensar que tener razón es suficiente para acabar ganando, para que la razón triunfe. No es suficiente. Hay que organizarse, hay que compartir recursos, hay que compartir estrategias a nivel local y a nivel internacional, porque hoy hay una fuerte reacción a nivel mundial de los grandes privilegiados para mantener y ampliar las desigualdades, para culpabilizar a los vulnerables, y eso implica una masiva vulneración de los derechos humanos, incluso el cuestionamiento de los propios derechos humanos como marco de referencia a nivel internacional. Y eso no nos lo podemos permitir, porque está la democracia en juego, porque está la vida de las personas en juego. Y, por lo tanto, esa es nuestra grandísima, enorme responsabilidad. Trabajar coordinadas, en red, cooperando, desafiando a esa política de la crueldad, de la desigualdad y de los privilegios. ¿Se puede? Claro que se puede, pero desde luego vamos a tener que hacer un gran esfuerzo para compartir estrategias, acciones desde abajo, y siempre poniendo a las personas en el centro, buscando soluciones concretas, más allá de los discursos, trabajando con soluciones concretas a los problemas de la ciudadanía. Yo creo que ahí las ciudades somos y vamos a ser aún más actores determinantes, y por lo tanto con esa responsabilidad, pero también con la ilusión de formar parte de la solución democrática que venza definitivamente a la extrema derecha y a los discursos fascistas. Desde esa convicción, muchísimas, muchísimas gracias de todo corazón por estar hoy aquí en Barcelona. Para nosotros es muy importante. Gracias.
Molt bon dia a tothom. Vull començar parlant del Diallo. En Diallo és un noi de 22 anys, de Guinea Conakry, que el dia 14 de juny d'aquest 2018 va sortir d'una costa al Marroc per intentar buscar una nova vida a Europa, travessant el mar amb una patera. El Diallo fugia de la misèria, fugia de la fam que vivia al seu país, però fugia també d'una persecució molt concreta que feia perillar la seva vida. Un dia després de sortir d'allà, després d'una travessa de 24 hores per mar, va arribar a les costes d'Andalusia i allà va ser atès pels serveis d'emergència durant 48 hores. Durant 48 hores en què se li va donar menjar, atenció mèdica, una manta, el que necessitava per assegurar la seva supervivència després d'una travessa molt dura en què la llanxa en què viatjava per aquells 20 quilòmetres d'estret de Gibraltar havia punxat, els havia hagut de salvar salvament marítim i havien viscut el trauma d'un viatge duríssim per intentar arribar a Europa. Després d'aquestes 48 hores li van donar un bitllet d'autobús que el va dur fins a Barcelona. Va tenir l'opció de triar a quina ciutat espanyola volia viatjar, a Madrid, a Bilbao, a Barcelona. Ell va triar Barcelona perquè creia que aquí podia començar un projecte de vida. El dia 14 de juny havia sortit de les costes del Marroc. El dia 18 de juny arribava amb un autobús a Barcelona. L'Ajuntament ni tan sols sabia que aquest autobús estava arribant a Barcelona. Quan el Diallo i tota la gent amb què viatjaven van baixar d'aquell autobús, s'acabava l'assistència bàsica, l'atenció d'emergència que aquest estat havia preparat pel Diallo i per les persones que arribaven fugint de la guerra, de la fam o de la misèria, intentant buscar un futur millor a Europa. I aquí la ciutat, com a institució, tenia dues opcions. Deixar que el Diallo dormís al carrer, aquest noi de 22 anys que fugia d'una persecució personal que li podia comportar la mort al seu país, o intentar pensar un sistema d'acollida, d'atenció d'emergència pels primers dies, per les primeres setmanes, que garantís l'assistència jurídica, per exemple, que necessitava per fer respectar un dret humà bàsic fonamental, com és el dret de l'asil. La ciutat va decidir acollir-lo i per això va habilitar un alberg que habitualment està pensat per les persones sense sostre durant els mesos d'hivern per atendre'l. Jo vaig tenir la sort de conèixer-la allà, el 18 de juny, em va explicar tot això que us estic explicant jo ara i em va dir que el que més necessitava quan va arribar aquí era poder comunicar amb la seva família i que la possibilitat de comunicar amb la seva família li va donar una veïna, una persona que vivia just davant de l'alberg, que li va deixar el seu mòbil, li va deixar la connexió a internet i va permetre que el Diallo Ibrahim, de 22 anys, de Guinea Conakry, parlés per primera vegada amb la seva família des d'Europa. Això va passar el mes de juny a Barcelona. Aquesta és una història real multiplicada per 1000, una història en què la veïna de davant de l'alberg, la ciutadania i la institució, l'Ajuntament, van decidir fer alguna cosa per respectar els drets humans bàsics elementals que altres institucions havien desatès. Les ciutats tenen aquest repte, el d'atendre els drets humans bàsics fonamentals i la possibilitat també de desatendre'l. Avui volem parlar del paper de les ciutats i del municipalisme com a espai també de resistència a l'actual proliferació dels discursos xenòfobs i per això en aquesta taula hi ha un seguit de persones que ens explicaran experiències de primera mà dels seus municipis, dels municipis on treballen i que són exemples de bones pràctiques. Ens acompanyen per aquest ordre, i començo d'aquí fins allà, la Lorena González, regidora de Seattle als Estats Units. Buenos días, Lorena. El Lefteris Papagiannakis, tinent d'alcaldia d'Atenes a Grècia. Lefteris, good morning. Imet Riahi, regidor de l'Ajuntament de Tunis, a Tunísia. Bonjour, Imet. També Patrick Brauzek, que és president de la Plaine Commune, una mancomunitat de municipis del nord de París, a França, a la zona de Saint-Denis. Jaume Asens, tercer tinent d'alcaldia de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona. Bon dia. I Ana Fernández, segona tinent d'alcalde de l'Ajuntament de Cádiz, Andalusia. Començarem amb una primera intervenció explicant algunes de les iniciatives que aquests ajuntaments han dut a terme i algunes de les bones pràctiques que segurament ens permetran entendre una miqueta a nivell global què estan fent les ciutats arreu del món. Començarem amb la Lorena. Els pares de la Lorena van migrar de l'estat de Michoacán, en Mèxic, als Estats Units a principis dels 60, van ser pagesos a l'estat de Washington, on ella més tard va estudiar dret, va ser advocada especialitzada en la defensa dels drets civils i ha estat la primera regidora d'origen llatí a Seattle. Des d'allà ha defensat els drets dels treballadors, de la comunitat LGTBI, prohibint les teràpies de conversió, per exemple, i l'any passat va defensar una resolució a l'Ajuntament declarant Seattle una ciutat de benvinguda i suport a les persones migrants i refugiades de totes les nacionalitats, religions i tradicions amb programes i polítiques d'inclusió. A l'Amèrica de Trump, una d'aquestes polítiques és la creació d'un fons dotat amb 1 milió d'euros a Seattle per la defensa legal de les persones amenaçades per les lleis federals d'estrangeria, bàsicament lleis que poden portar a la deportació d'aquestes persones. Als Estats Units, sense aquest fons, les persones sense papers no tenen dret a un advocat d'ofici i les xifres demostren que si acaben tenint un advocat, algú que els defensi, tenen 10 vegades més de possibilitats d'acabar-se quedant als Estats Units i no pas de ser deportades. Per això el que li volem preguntar a la Lorena, lo que te queremos preguntar, Lorena, en primer lugar, es cómo está funcionando este fondo y cómo está ayudando a las personas migrantes y refugiadas que se encuentran ahora mismo en Seattle.
Gracias. Buenos días. Con gusto estoy aquí. Gracias por la pregunta. Me da bastante orgullo poder estar aquí con ustedes en Barcelona para hablar un poco sobre el trabajo que estamos haciendo en la ciudad de Seattle. Como acabas de mencionar, en la ciudad de Seattle tenemos un bono de defensa legal para los inmigrantes que están a riesgo de la deportación bajo no solamente las políticas que tenemos en este momento bajo el presidente Trump, pero anteriormente del Trump también. Me da mucho gusto en el hecho de que solamente 4 meses después de la elección de Trump, trabajé junto con la comunidad para luchar para los fondos para establecer este bono de defensa legal de $1 millón. Y justo este mes que acaba de pasar, renovamos este financiamiento a un total de $2 millones para los próximos 2 años. Y es bastante importante hacer esta inversión en nuestra comunidad por el simple hecho de, como acabas de comentar, los inmigrantes que son sujetos a estos procedimientos judiciales, aunque tienen el derecho bajo nuestra Constitución tener un abogado, el gobierno federal no tiene la obligación de darle a los inmigrantes que no pueden pagar por sus propios abogados, un abogado para esa representación, aunque el gobierno está representado 100% del tiempo en todos esos casos. Así es que lo que hemos hecho en la ciudad de Seattle es invertir este dinero directamente en la comunidad para que puedan tener acceso a los abogados que necesitan para tener la oportunidad de continuar en nuestras comunidades, de continuar con su trabajo y de continuar a estar juntos con sus familias en nuestra ciudad. Y lo que hemos visto es que en Seattle 93% de los inmigrantes que aparecen enfrente de un juez en estos procedimientos aparecen enfrente de esos jueces sin abogados. Y lo que sabemos es que cuando las personas tienen representantes legales en estos procedimientos, sí tienen bastante oportunidad para poder ganar sus casos y mantenerse entre nuestra ciudad y nuestro país. Con esta inversión hemos podido, en solamente el primer año, hemos podido ayudar a aproximadamente 700 personas de 60 países diferentes en solo el primer año. Y lo que me da mucho gusto es saber que vamos a tener más dinero para poder apoyar estos casos de estos inmigrantes que están a riesgo de la deportación bajo de este presidente. Y con gusto puedo contestar cualquier otra pregunta que tienen ya después de que empezamos la discusión.
Solo una cosa más, Lorena, antes de avanzar. ¿Cuáles son las amenazas concretas de deportación que sufren estas personas migrantes o refugiadas? ¿En qué casos se está dando que se esté echando directamente a la gente del territorio?
Bueno, normalmente la diferencia que hemos visto bajo este presidente es el hecho de que anteriormente, como por ejemplo bajo la administración del presidente Obama, se enfocaba la deportación, los esfuerzos para la deportación en las fronteras. Lo que hemos visto debajo de este presidente, de esta administración, es que los esfuerzos para encontrar los migrantes que a lo mejor pueden ser deportados se ha enfocado al interior del país, que es bastante distinto. Y también se ha enfocado esta administración en procedimientos de deportación para personas que legalmente han entrado al país, pero a lo mejor las visas no las tienen completamente derechas. Así es que lo que hemos visto, por ejemplo, que son niños. El bono de defensa legal que tenemos en la ciudad de Seattle ha apoyado bastantes niños que vienen sin sus papás a los Estados Unidos. También hemos visto que hay bastantes personas en su lugar de empleo que están trabajando todos los días para hacer una mejor vida para ellos y para sus familias que a lo mejor todavía están en el extranjero. Llegan, hacen los redes de migración en los lugares de empleo que antes no se hacían con la misma frecuencia. Y también lo que hemos visto es que agentes del gobierno federal se presentan en las cortes. Tenemos un ejemplo en la ciudad de Texas, no en Seattle, pero en la ciudad de Texas, en donde una señora que era una víctima de violencia doméstica se presentó a su fecha de la corte para poder asegurar que haya un poco de justicia en contra de su marido, que era nacido en los Estados Unidos y que la estaba abusando. En ese momento resultó que la señora que es la víctima de la violencia doméstica fue la víctima en esa situación. Fue encarcelada por parte del gobierno federal por el simple hecho de presentarse para apoyar el caso, para poder recibir un poco de justicia en contra de su pareja que la estaba abusando. Así es que hay bastantes ejemplos de mujeres particularmente y niños en particularmente también que nomás están viviendo su vida cada día lo mejor que puedan y tratando de tomar acceso de los servicios en sus comunidades, que desafortunadamente en hacer eso se encuentran con los agentes de ICE, que es la agencia federal en los Estados Unidos que hacen los trámites de deportación, y en esos momentos, en el momento en tratar de tomar acceso de los servicios que les ofrecemos a esas poblaciones, desafortunadamente es cuando se encuentran con los agentes.
Muchas gracias, Lorena. Luego seguimos. Vull saludar també a l'Alessia Piquirilo. Alessia, bon dia, buenos días. L'Alessia ha aterrat aquest matí a l'aeroport de Barcelona i ha vingut directament de l'aeroport cap aquí. Continuem amb el Lefteris. El Lefteris Papagiannakis és tinent d'alcaldia d'Atenes, va néixer a França, va créixer a Grècia i va tornar a França també per estudiar dret. Té un postgrau en legislació europea i economia internacional. Ha treballat al Parlament Europeu. A Grècia ha treballat amb la minoria musulmana i amb l'ecologisme i des de fa 2 anys s'ocupa de l'àrea de migració i refugi de l'Ajuntament d'Atenes. A Grècia ara mateix hi ha unes 70.000 persones sol·licitants d'asil i el Lefteris diu que les xifres no justifiquen la por, però Grècia i Atenes en particular han hagut de fer front a l'auge de l'extrema dreta en aquests anys des que es va començar a produir l'èxode de Síria. Els ajuntaments grecs no tenen competències en acollida, en polítiques d'integració tampoc, de les persones migrants i refugiades, i aleshores la pregunta és què ha pogut fer Lefteris, l'Ajuntament de Grècia, en tot aquest temps, amb aquestes persones?
Yes. Good morning to you all. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the municipality of Barcelona for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here on this occasion. As you know, I won't mention the numbers again. In 2015, the first people came into the city, as they did in many other cities in Europe. Unfortunately, we were not prepared, as many other cities or states in Europe. So what we had to do was to react. As you said in the story that you mentioned, the municipality offered basic services. And in the case that we couldn't offer these basic services, we collaborated with NGOs that did it not for us, but with us. So I can tell you that many migrant communities helped the municipality. Many NGOs who did other things, not dealing with migrants or refugees, helped the municipality. So now we have more than 95 partners operating in Athens, from UNHCR and IOM and UNICEF to smaller Greek NGOs dealing with migrants and refugees. We have created a coordination center. We have working groups dealing with basic needs. I can add to that the municipality of Athens has a non-discrimination policy, so we give services to everyone, independently of their legal status, which is for us very basic. As you know, there is an attempt on the European level and even in the global level to criminalize that process, not allowing the municipalities to offer these types of services by cutting them funding, for example, not allowing them to access European funds. As you know, municipalities cannot access European funds. We have to go through the region or through the state. And if the state, like it's the case in Greece, is late or incapable of dealing with this process, the price is paid by municipalities and people who are in need of help. So what we decided to do also on the political level is to create the position of Vice Mayor for Migrants and Refugees. I think that we are now 3 Vice Mayors in Greece doing this, having this competency, which does not exist. This is a political creation. And I'm happy to say that more mayors now are acknowledging the need to be present in this case. And on top of that, we have now a national network of 13 municipalities called Municipalities for Integration. A year ago, this would sound like an exaggeration or something that would never happen. But with the help of the municipality of Thessaloniki, which is the second biggest city in Greece, we created this network. And of course, we are doing city-to-city diplomacy. One of our preferred partners, as you know, is Barcelona. The 2 mayors have signed, I think 3 years ago, a memorandum of understanding acknowledging the need to collaborate between them, and they decided to take 100 refugees from Athens to Barcelona. Because, as you know, Spain hasn't done what they were supposed to do. Unfortunately, the government of Spain said no, so that process has never been fulfilled. It is still active, I think, and if the government changes her mind, we could do this, or we could do even more. We did the same thing with Amsterdam, and I know that the 3 of us are very, very connected. 3 municipalities that are very active, but I can mention others also. So what the cities are doing is going above and beyond what the states are doing. And let me finish with just a very recent development. As you know, today we are adopting the Global Compact on migration. And next week we are adopting the Global Compact on refugees. The Global Compact of Migration is being adopted in Marrakesh. And the day before yesterday, mayors from 70 cities made a declaration supporting the Global Compact on Migration. What is very important, at least for me, is that cities who represent countries that did not sign the Global Compact on Migration are taking their place. So Milan is saying yes to the Global Compact, Italy says no. Many US cities are saying yes, major American cities like Los Angeles, New York, Atlanta, Chicago, etc., etc. The country said no. Maybe, I don't remember the list, but I hope that Zurich or Geneva will do the same thing for the Swiss Republic. And many other municipalities are signing instead of the country. Again, politically, they're not taking their place, of course. So we are seeing a return on the principle that cities are the leaders. You know that this is a discussion that has been taking place for a long, long time. And I'm very happy to say that in the at least the last 3 years that I'm dealing with this issue, many, many things have been achieved, demonstrating that cities are the actors that are going to take things forward. Of course, the same goes with human rights. As you know, human rights are the first thing out the window in a period of crisis. We see that in Greece, where we have an actual crisis, a financial crisis, for the 10th year now. because we do not have a refugee crisis. I have to be very, very clear. People who think that we have a refugee crisis do not know the numbers or do not understand the numbers. If we take the example, and I will finish on that, if we take the example of Lebanon, who hosts 20 to 25% of its citizens as refugees, that would mean for Greece to host 2 million refugees. 2 million, that's a number. And we are hosting 75 to 80,000. So this difference, and the last number, 3 million people came into the European Union. 3 million. From the 68.5 who have been forcibly displaced. This is like 3%. My math is not good, so it's very low. So if the European Union is destroying herself for 3 million people, imagine what would happen if the numbers go up. And we can say a magic phrase, let's see what happens when the climate change strikes. Thank you.
Gràcies, Lefteris. Parlem ara amb el Patrick Brauzek. Ell és president de la Plaine Commune, una mancomunitat de municipis del nord de París. Ara la presideix, agrupa 9 municipis, pràcticament mig milió d'habitants. Ell va ser alcalde de Saint-Denis del 1991 al 2004, una ciutat amb més de 100.000 habitants, on conviuen gent de 130 nacionalitats. Va ser diputat també a l'Assemblea Nacional. Ell de professió és mestre d'escola, va treballar sempre en la inclusió social i pels drets humans i s'ha involucrat en el moviment municipalista global, promovent, entre altres coses, la Carta Europea de Salvaguarda dels Drets Humans, de la qual avui celebrem el 20è aniversari, un encàrrec que va rebre en aquesta Conferència Europea de Drets Humans de la ciutat, ara fa 20 anys a Barcelona, i que es va signar 2 anys més tard, l'any 2000, a la seva ciutat, a Saint-Denis. Patrick, fins a quin punt considera que la cooperació entre ciutats, com s'ha fet en l'àrea de Saint-Denis, pot ser un espai de resistència, un contrapoder global, com avui ens plantegem en aquesta conferència?
Merci. D'abord, bonjour à chacune et chacun d'entre vous et merci à la mairie de Barcelone de nous accueillir et d'échanger sur ces expériences. Il y a effectivement 20 ans, j'étais là, enfin pas ici, c'était à la mairie d'ailleurs de Barcelone, à l'appel de Johan Claus pour travailler sur cette charte européenne des droits humains dans la ville, qui a effectivement été signée après 2 ans de travail à Saint-Denis par 150 villes européennes, dont beaucoup ont malheureusement beaucoup changé politiquement ces dernières années. Parce que j'ai un souvenir qu'il y avait une centaine de villes italiennes et on n'en retrouve plus beaucoup aujourd'hui signatrices de cette charte. Et puis il y a eu à Florence, il y a maintenant 7 ans, en décembre 2011, la signature de la Charte mondiale des droits de l'homme dans la ville, au moment du congrès de cités et gouvernements locaux unis. Ce sont des actes forts pour ces villes de se dire que quelle que soit la politique nationale qui est menée par les États, les villes seront des remparts pour garantir les droits fondamentaux. Droit à l'école, droit aux soins, droit à la culture, droit aux loisirs, droit à l'habitat, même si ce droit aujourd'hui est encore largement à conquérir. Mais il est vrai que dans les villes de Plaine Commune, je rappelle que Plaine Commune est ce territoire au nord de Paris, composé de 9 villes, environ 420 000 habitants, et qui a la caractéristique d'être un territoire très populaire. Nous sommes le territoire le plus pauvre de France si on prend comme critère le revenu fiscal des habitants. C'est effectivement plus de 130 nationalités, 136 exactement, nationalités différentes. Et c'est toujours, bien évidemment, parce qu'il y a tous ceux qui arrivent encore dans les conditions que l'on connaît par la mer, mais il y a aussi beaucoup...
Y también tenemos a los que llegan por avión a nuestras ciudades. Y como el aeropuerto de Roissy está muy cerca de Plaine Commune, hay muchos que llegan a nuestro territorio, acogidos por familiares, amigos, conocidos. La situación de las personas migradas es muy difícil en Francia actualmente. Voy a tomar, por ejemplo, los que han pasado por Port de la Chapelle. los que lo conozcan verán que hay muchas personas que duermen, algunos bajo una carpa, otros directamente a la intemperie, otros al lado de la autopista. Por eso hemos reflexionado con la ciudad de Saint-Denis para que estas personas sin hogar se puedan acoger en un polideportivo para que puedan por lo menos pasar el invierno. Estas personas utilizan nuestros centros de salud en Saint-Denis y también queremos que las personas que tengan hijos puedan escolarizarlos. Es un esfuerzo de generosidad, ayuda, solidaridad que se ha puesto en marcha desde hace más de 20 años. En Saint-Denis tenemos los llamados apadrinamientos republicanos para que los sin papeles puedan ser apadrinados. Y nosotros lo que hemos hecho ha sido recuperar este programa de apadrinamiento. Desde el año pasado intentamos que con la ayuda de estos padrinos y estas madrinas, personalidades como la señora Velasco, que es una madrina de un sin papeles de Saint-Denis. Lo que hacen estos padrinos es ayudar a estas personas a poder regularizar su situación. Pero permítanme que explique un poco el contexto actual en Francia. La señora Ada Colau ha dicho cosas muy importantes en su discurso y nosotros tenemos la responsabilidad de articular la lucha contra la xenofobia, racismo, homofobia y también a favor de la justicia social y la igualdad. Hoy en día vemos en la mayoría de los países europeos y en Estados Unidos y otras regiones en el mundo, vemos cómo se van conquistando territorios, las ideas de extrema derecha y racistas. Esto nos lleva a cuestionar nuestra propia responsabilidad. Tenemos que responder a las necesidades de las poblaciones y, sobre todo, de la parte más modesta de la población. Actualmente en Francia el movimiento de los chalecos amarillos es muy complejo. Está constituido por personas que están hartas, que no pueden más, que consideran que ya no tienen medios para sobrevivir, que no se pueden alimentar correctamente, no se pueden vestir correctamente, no pueden ni tan solo acceder a una vivienda digna. Este movimiento de los chalecos amarillos también tiene el movimiento de la extrema derecha, que intenta manipularlo y utilizarlo y que intenta cambiar las reglas del régimen democrático y que lleva a pensar pues que uno puede hacer lo que quiera con la administración y el gobierno, porque podemos pensar lo que queramos del gobierno de Macron, pero es un régimen democrático. Yo creo que en los próximos años no podemos abstraernos de estas dos grandes tendencias, estos dos grandes movimientos, estas ideas que tendremos que defender. Es un poco lo que decía también Lefteris respecto a la evolución del mundo, respecto a estas migraciones que no dejarán de crecer. Y yo creo que hay que ser realistas y hay que adelantarse a estos movimientos y habrá que enfrentarse a todos esos que aprovechan esta situación internacional, que tienen dinero con demasiada facilidad y que no lo quieren distribuir, porque si no lo hacemos, las tensiones entre nosotros, entre las poblaciones que tienen más dificultad y que son autóctonos de los países y aquellos que aún viven situaciones más dramáticas porque se han visto obligados a abandonar sus países, estas situaciones aumentarán aún más y podemos sufrir las consecuencias aún más dramáticas a nivel electoral y humano. Y por eso quiero hacer este llamamiento. Y lo digo y lo repito. Nuestras ciudades efectivamente son lugares de protección de las personas migradas, sobre todo si lo comparamos con cómo se les trata a nivel estatal. Y yo creo que tendríamos que poder desarrollar este pacto global que comentabas, Lefteris, para que, aunque los estados no cumplan, pues las ciudades por lo menos sí que estén presentes en la cita. Hablamos con Jaume Asens, teniente de la alcaldía del Ayuntamiento de Barcelona, responsable de Ciudadanía, Participación y Transparencia en Sarrià Sant Gervasi, licenciado en título universitario durante su
program the city as a shelter guaranteeing rights for refugees. He's also worked on the legal services of the municipal government to help people suffering discrimination. This has meant, for example, the sentence of two right-wing radicals that attacked a pregnant woman, just to give you an example of what the municipal government really does. With this increase and radicality of the extreme right in so many places of the world, do you think, Mr. Asens, that the city of Barcelona is immune? And what can cities do, not only Barcelona, to be this global counterpower to the extreme right movements? Good morning.
Answering this question, Xavier, I would refer to Camus in a novel called The Pest, because this Black Plague finishes, her horror finishes, but the protagonist doesn't share this joy because he knows that the bacilli of this plague never dies. It could be silent, dormant during decades, and then awaken at any moment and send the rats to that happy city. That novel is an appeal against fascism, written precisely after the experience in Auschwitz, and it warns us of the bacilli of intolerance and racism and xenophobia and discourse of hatred is all around our cities, and it could become activated at any moment. So our cities are not immune. True, Barcelona is in better conditions. It's one of the European conditions that has one of the European cities with a legacy of struggle and resistance. As the mayor said, remembering mobilizations against the war and borders, mobilizations to welcome more refugees. That legacy that we feel so proud about allows us to find ourselves in a situation which is perhaps better than other cities, but we should be able to identify where the dangers lie. Obviously, austerity policies are behind these discourses of fear. Fear is a suffocating feeling. It's contagious. It's a feeling that spreads quickly, and fear basically isolates people. And as they are isolated, and then we start seeing selfish attitudes, non-solidary attitudes, and isolation takes people to be more conservative, less trusting of neighbors, and society tends to become more enclosed. And this is the danger, because a society with isolated persons without relations with one another is a society that does not defend its rights. It's not, moving to act. And that's what we were speaking of, a consumption society. Speaking of the fact that that's where the germ of totalitarianism lies. What happened in Germany was precisely this, with what happened after the Holocaust. When we look at the results and we look at Auschwitz, Auschwitz is the final process of a long deterioration of coexistence after those discourses, those topics, those rumors, those lies that spread against different people, vulnerable people, newcomers. And we've seen this here with the Muslim community. We've worked with them very much. We have a plan against Islamophobia, which is unique in Spain. And it precisely wants to do away with that, break away from that. which Alvarico, she will tell us about later, the fact that Muslims run the risk of being the Jews of the past. They could be the Jews of today because Muslim communities, more so in a city like ours, which experienced a terrorist attack as we did last year, we are, one of the objectives of the extreme right movement. So this is one of the things we've been working on very much with good results, I believe. You were highlighting some specific actions, but there are many more in that sense. I would say that the first struggle in our cities is to face this fear. As the President of the United States said, Roosevelt said, we have to fear fear. And someone else said, a state or a government that fears citizens is democracy. Citizens that fear a government is tyranny. Because scared citizens, as Bertolt Brecht said, behind a fascist is a scared bourgeois citizen. So, this is what builds tyrant societies with this policy of inoculating fear. And this is what we've seen. We've seen in the Andalusian elections with the uprising of the extreme right wanting to ruin the coexistence of cities with those discourses, those speeches, using fear brought about by these policies of cutbacks and austerity, fear of being expelled from your home, fear of losing your job, losing the little savings that the impoverished sectors of society have, the fear of the future, of losing our pensions. This is the fear that the extreme right is exploiting. And we had an antidote, which has been the 15th of May, with a movement. Instead of pointing or accusing one or another, they accuse the elites as the cause of the crisis, which is what the extreme right does, pointing at the different ones, suggesting that there is not enough for everyone. There's not enough room for everyone. They say, let the newcomers go back. And the 15M movement says, no, let's distribute more amongst each other. And if we don't have enough, it's because of the policies created by the elites. That philosophy of the 15M movement is what we try to use, in fact, in our city hall with the community policies that depend on area, which is a key element. As I said, people should not feel isolated. We should get together, work together. What we say is, it's not your problem, it's a collective problem, and thus the solution should be collective. You're not the single person responsible for your problems. It's a structural problem, so we have to create spaces for to help one another. When our mayor was the spokesperson of the social movement that worked on this, we implemented that discourse, and for example, we turned equipments like libraries or civic centers into common equipments in which to build those networks to help the community where people can do policies, or for example, consultations. We need active citizens. We don't need citizens who feel impotent and like they don't care. We want people committed with the public space, with democracy. That's why the initiatives we worked on is, for example, the regulations that makes us do consultations every year. This city hall has only consulted once every 40 years but we want to make our city a Swiss-like city, where people can participate with consultations and where people and the citizens can decide the questions rather than them being imposed upon them from the top. The citizens should decide what questions they should be asked so that they can answer to those questions, and the answers could be implemented in public policies. That is one way of creating solid and committed citizens, which is basic to have them committed. And another final example is the document of neighborhood. We won the elections trying to close the black holes of the city, for example, a place where for 40 years Franco was there was an exaltation in favor of Franco and fascism, and we decided to close this down. Another space we closed was Librería Europa, a bookstore. We were told it was impossible to close down this bookstore, but we closed it. We saw the way of closing it down. For those of you who are not aware of this, this was a bookstore that was a place for exaltation of fascism and Nazism, also with Islamophobia, and we closed it down. And the last space we've not yet managed to close down, but we have not given up, is the center for seclusion of the Zona Franca. We have a struggle with the state. The state refused to close it down, and so we took this to the courts. While that happens, the other goal we have is to try to ensure that no neighbor in the city of Barcelona has to be transferred to that horrendous place. So we signed the document of neighborhood, as they do in some places where they fight against the migration policy brought about by Trump. The idea is to ensure that the person who lives in the city should have sufficient elements so as to prevent these people, when they are arrested in our cities, to prevent them from being taken to this horrendous center where they are locked up. These are the policies that we have to work on, and we have to avoid access to power of the right wing. This is a temptation that we run the risk of seeing, as we've seen with some left-wing parties who have accepted the discourse of the right wing, and they have been accepting right-wing ideas. This is the challenge that we have ahead of us, and we have to see what has happened in Andalusia and Cádiz, as we will hear now, because that is where hope lies. More than anti-fascist struggle, we have to hold on and move forward in our policies. That's the idea. It's not so much to resist and creating anti-fascist fronts, but rather the idea is to destroy the causes that allow the right wing to make headway. That's the key, to continue with our policies and not accept what the right wing says. Thank you. From the...
Thank you very much, Mr. Sens. He is the first, Sawat Abdelrahim is the mayoress. She is an entrepreneur, a pharmacist, and she won the municipal election with a system of parity-based list. This has meant a big change in the local world, but there are many challenges. The turnout was very low in those elections, especially the disinterest of the youth, and the mayoress herself says that they are disenchanted, and this is a challenge faced by the city council, many of them think about migrating. Mr. Riahi, what can you do in Tunis so that young people stay in the city and to manage the migrants that come from other African countries going through Tunis to Europe?
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. To respond to this question, I'll try to go straight to the point so that I can hand it over to the next colleague to move on with this very interesting discussion. This issue of migration and young people who end up being victims of the clandestine migration channels to Europe, to Italy specifically. And of course, their end destination is Europe at large, different countries in Europe, such as Spain, Germany, France, and the rest of the European countries. So, usually, the point of origin, I mean, Tunisia has become a gateway for migration, and we encounter very concerning situations in Tunisia. And I actually side with the mayoress, who has proved her point about the principles that are needed to respond to this situation, to face this problem. You have to tackle the problem at different levels. At the first level, just like the mayoress said, you have to be progressive, you have to be humanitarian. It's an indispensable requirement to be able to respond to that problem. And as my co-panelists said, they have all focused on this humanitarianism. We have to tackle this problem in a humanitarian way, and we have to be progressive. This is the first aspect. The second one would be that being progressive, being humanitarian is not enough. Because to be right, as she said, the mayoress, to be right is not enough. Apart from that, I mean, having goodwill is not enough. We need to state these things. We need to explore the problem, see which are the root causes, which are the interests and concerns of our young people. In Tunisia, let me tell you, as an aside, that we have a unique experience in the Arab world, or in Africa, which was the experience of the municipal elections. There was free management and proximity. So citizens had, I mean, each citizen, it was very difficult to exercise this freedom and this self-management in municipal elections. In the past, the municipality did not play a role in Tunisia. Everything was managed centrally by the state. So basically, these problems were overlooked by municipal leaders and councillors. But after the municipal elections, things have changed. And in Tunisia, as I said before, that has become the gateway for clandestine migration, given the different wars that are experienced in Africa, people from Libya, Somalia, etc. We have refugees from war situations, people who are fleeing the problems of their country of origin, and they end up in Tunisia because they find in Tunisia a gateway to Europe. And that's why I think that we need to state which is the situation. Our Greek colleagues said that Greece is suffering, let alone Tunisia. Athens has means and Athens has the support of Europe, quote unquote. So Athens is suffering. So what about Tunis? What about Tunis? We experience awful problems, and there is a whole continent willing to migrate, people who are fleeing awful situations. They all want to arrive in Europe. So we really have to state the situation as it is today. We have to define the problem and the root causes, and we have to reduce the migrating flows. People have to stay in Tunisia, in Tunis, in Bamako, in Tripoli. Young people have to remain there. So what is the solution? The solution has to entail powers, devolution of powers to the municipalities, because municipalities have the proximity with citizens and with the very awful situations experienced by young people. So we need to work together. We need a devolution of powers. We need to allocate human resources and material resources to city councils. For example, here in Barcelona or in Paris, there are many different municipalities that now have the powers and the resources. So by putting all these factors together, in Tunis and in Tunisia at large, we basically need expertise. Before getting material resources, we need human resources. We need people with expertise as to how to get organized. We need people to convene meetings and conferences to find a solution to reduce and mitigate this problem. And I think that the contribution of municipalities such as Barcelona and others, well, with their initiatives, that's fantastic. But I think that the problem you face has to do with stopping the migrant flow, because if you are successful today with a specific number of refugees or migrants, that's okay. But what about tomorrow? If there is an increased number of refugees and migrants arriving in your municipality, this will be totally unbearable. You won't be able to put up with that. So we need a collaboration between the southern shore of the Mediterranean, and specifically Tunisia or Libya, Algeria. You have to start solving the problem where it is originated. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Riahi. We will now hear from Ana Fernandez, who is the second vice mayor of the Cadiz City Council. She has a degree in clinical psychology, a master's degree in secondary school teaching since 2015. She is
this summer, they've had a very complicated summer where it was clear in Cádiz, in Andalucía, that the administrations did not manage to handle the organization of the people who were coming into Europe from the southern countries, so much so that the municipality of Cádiz, the town hall of Cádiz, decided to turn a marina into a welcoming center, and the port authorities fined the municipality because of that. But before that, last week, Ana, there were regional elections in Andalusia. Everybody knows the result, but particularly in Cádiz, it was striking. Adelante Andalucía got 30% of the votes, way above number 2, which was Ciudadanos, almost twice as much as Ciudadanos. Adelante is the equivalent of Podemos, left wing, and Vox was way below the average of Andalusia. How could you explain that particular result in Cádiz? Thank you, and good morning to you all. First of all, I'd like to thank the city of Barcelona and the city council, their very kind invitation. Let me give you brief context. My city is Cádiz, a smallish town under 120,000 inhabitants, a city which came from 20 years of misgovernment from the Popular Party, right-wing party, with absolute majority, until the end of their time in office. Now, the people I represent, reacting to or pushed by the 15M and by that whole effervescence, we decided to take the step and try to make it to the city hall, try to gain office. The model we decided to use, our legal formula, was a kind of aggregation of voters, which meant that we had to be supported by the citizens. The citizens of Cádiz had to sign, had to support our candidacy. I'm saying this so that you can see that we had the support of the citizens from the very beginning. We managed to get all that support by working many hours and sleeping very little. We managed to get into the city hall, into the city council, in that context of 20 years of PP right-wing government with 34% unemployment. So you could have believed that the situation in Cádiz could favor the implementation of these terrible extreme right-wing policies. However, as we've just heard from our moderator, we had regional elections in Andalusia last week. And, well, there are different lessons to learn. Two very, very worrying elements, and it is that Vox, extreme right-wing, gets 12 seats in the regional parliament. Well, Vox is against women, against feminism, against sexual diversity, against anyone who might be in a situation of vulnerability. And then we find another piece of news which is very full of hope. In the case of Cádiz, we gain 70% of the votes, and Vox, extreme right-wing, is way below the average in the province and in Andalusia. It's very minority. Now, obviously, we are concerned, but we are full of hope at the same time. We have to now reflect on what we've done. We must have done something right to make sure that Vox, the extreme right, in a city which could have easily fallen prey to this kind of xenophobic message, Cádiz has stood firm and strong. Now, we obviously do not have a magic wand. I wish we did, and I wish we could give you the magic recipe, but such is not the case. Unfortunately, the analysis of the situation in Europe is somber. There is this wave of fascism soaring over us. But there is hope, and I go back to our colleague from Barcelona. We need to pass policies for everybody, from a municipal level, including everybody. This is essential to make sure that these extreme right-wing policies are not successful. Whether we have the competencies or not, the local authorities are the closest ones to the citizens, so we have to guarantee people's rights. That's what we've done in Cádiz. We've had interesting situations. For example, we set up a municipal electricity fund to guarantee a minimum electrical supply for the whole of our citizenship, to guarantee that nobody's power is going to be cut for lack of payment. We had the contribution of a large part of the organized civil society and private individuals, not everybody from the most politicized left. There were also lots of support from religious communities, everybody trying to defend people's rights to electricity, trying to defend people from power cuts. The same thing has been done for minimum supply of water, and we also have an intervention for the homeless. So the municipality is trying to defend people's rights. We have to defend our right and duty to defend these rights. But let us not forget the other side, the side of organized civil society out in the street. We need to maintain the 15M spirit. We need to have active civil society. Citizens have to be out in the street, standing up for their rights. Let us not forget where we come from. Let us not break away from our grassroots. We cannot break the link between the municipal level as rights guarantor and the civil society, which is there pushing us, helping us remember where we come from and reminding us of people's basic needs. I think we need to combine these two elements, and with left-wing municipal governments, local authorities, we need to keep pushing forwards. We must understand that the local authorities by themselves are not going to solve the situation. They cannot do it alone. They cannot fight fascism and ultra-right and the extreme right on their own. We need to be there hand in hand with civil society. Another example from Cádiz. One of these organizations, which I'm not going to mention, one of those who decide to give food to our people, but not to others, and they fly the flag, and, well, they opened an office in a neighborhood in Cádiz, and the citizens got together and managed to get them thrown out. They were there for under a month, and it was the citizens, the neighbors, who got organized and threw them out. The local authorities didn't need to intervene. It was civil society who got organized and who stepped in and decided to throw them away, and they went elsewhere, to another place where they found a more welcoming atmosphere. So we need to remember the power of civil society, because that makes us stronger against these unfortunate policies which are on the up. So that's the line we are maintaining. That's what we're doing. We want to be an institution that guarantees rights, that includes everybody, and we want to stand side by side with an organized civil society which stands up for their rights and which reminds us that the struggle is won in the street and not in the institutions. Thank you, Mrs. Fernandez. And we're now going to listen to Alexia Pigrillo.
She has a degree in political sciences and international relations. She has been an activist in Amnesty International. She has worked in Naples, and she currently works in the City Council at the Citizens' Rights and Social Cohesion Department. In the context of the approval some days ago in Italy of the Salvini law that restricts the rights of people, especially asylum seekers, well, the Naples City Council has done something that they call the Naples Lab, which is simply a series of policies that target these people, asylum seekers and migrants, and they are totally convinced at the City Council not to implement the Salvini law. How are you going to do that in Naples to avoid implementing the Salvini law?
Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your invitation.
Okay. It's not easy. It's a very dark period in Naples and in Italy. So the city of Naples today is proud to be here. It's proud to be here because we are motivated and determined to confirm our partnership with Barcelona, with Athens, and with all other cities present here. and about the themes and the issues that represent the most important challenges of our times. In what we love to define a Naples laboratory, we have a vision about the cities. And according to this vision, the city is a collective work, a public deed, and a participative work. And an infinity work and eternally unfinished, just like your Sagrada Familia. The protection of human rights, there is an infinity work because endless will be a struggle to ensure that all the human rights will be ensured in all the world for all people, for everybody. It's not easy. It's a big dream. Today, the 70th celebration anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is celebrated all over around the world. And in the wake of this adamantine, prodigious, revolutionary document declaration, we have hundreds of treaties, conventions, papers that have been issued and ratified by our countries. But these papers, these conventions, are constantly betrayed, abused, or simply forgotten. Our cities doesn't forget. We don't forget in Naples. I don't forget. We don't forget the struggle of Seattle. I'm 34 years old. For my generation, for the people of the same age in Italy, we are called Genoa generation because we were present in Genoa during the G8 summit. And so we don't forget because we had understood at that time that we don't go wrong. We had understood that the world was going in the wrong direction. And we understood that we had to build a better world. We were young, and so we knew it is possible. Now in 2018, we just know that not only it is possible, but it is necessary. We have the duty to assure these rights. In our cities, above all, because we can do it. Our metropolitan areas have now become a sort of microcosm that replicate the complexities of the world on a small scale. That contain our cities. Naples contains, in a set way, all the cultures of the world, and the approaches to the global community is in our city. And it made up of all its inhabitants. Sorry, I come from Italy, so I'm forced by my Di Maio and Salvini government to talk about inhabitants because we don't have any more citizens apart the Italians. And that's a tragedy. Okay, after the approval of this criminal decree, now Salvini law, we have to start to imagine how a city can build a strategical and operational plan to resist to these black waves. Okay. The reception of migrants for our cities, it's imposed to us. It requires a constant exercise of a reconsideration, re-elaboration, not only because we have Salvini on the government, but because it's a hard work to do. It's hard to develop a universal sense of citizenship. And it's more and more simply to limiting solidarity to national border, to criminalizing solidarity, criminalizing NGOs, labeling as goodies that in Italian is for buonisti, all the people who save the lives at sea. It's more simply. And with all these limitation of rights means depressing the concept of the citizenship itself. So, in the last few days, the census, that it is an Italian institution of research about socio-economical questions, published its annual report. Census talks about psychic sovereignisms, a recent obsession that returns to the nationalist borders, such as the borders are like national private property of a state. And this psychic sovereignism is contemporary of the talks and the speech of liberalist capitalisms that talks about overcoming of borders, overcoming of nations, overcoming of ideologies, overcoming of people, overcoming of rights. So we have to stop these waves. But from claiming the existence of borders to preach the abolition of borders, there's a notion of practice and possibilities that are feasible to overcome these dualisms. Okay. For Italy, it's not a surprise because of historical courses and recurses. We were prepared. We have been repeated for years that human rights are natural, are universal, are indivisible, are inalienable. But it's not true, because of when they are not protected all over the world, there are 4 possible solutions that are fear, fight, fly, and freeze. Fear, terrorism. Fight, conflict, war. Fly, migration. Freeze, immobilism, depression. And Salvini contribute to depression. So we are in Italy, these waves of Nazism, racism, fascism, thank you for mentioning peste, sovereignisms, and me against you, us against them. So Italians first, just like us, Americans first. Arm race, security, security outside is this security. And so once upon a time in Italy, there was Bossi-Fini laws that introduced in Italy for the first time in a European country the crime of clandestinity. Then there was a security package against what we fight to guarantee the right to the health and the medical care. Okay, and then there came the code of conduct for NGOs due by a left government, and then we have the Minniti decree, contemporary of the most infamous media campaign against the NGOs engaged in the sea rescue operation. And now, and then we have the Diciotti case. I don't know if you remember, Diciotti case was a boat that was stopped in the Mediterranean Sea. Diciotti case was a boat of the government, is a boat of Coast Guard. So we had amazing case, the government against government, the Coast Guard against the government, a Chile history that entered the manual of the law of the sea because of show the totally madness of this time in Italy. And now Salvini laws. Okay, Salvini laws represent, Salvini represent, he doesn't represent the symptom, he doesn't represent, sorry, the cause. He is the symptom, he is the effect of the generational post-traumatic stress caused by imperialist and capitalistic policies capable of generating serious crises of overproduction. So in Naples, caused of this law, violating all the articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and violated the Constitution of the Italian Republic itself. In Naples, we were and will be disobedient to this law and obedient to the Constitution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Piquerillo.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mrs. Piquerillo. We wanted to have had another representation from Kobane in Kurdistan, but her mayor couldn't be with us. She's written a letter which I'm going to read. Dear friends, thank you for your kind invitation. I would like to thank you for your effort for organizing this Congress in your city, Barcelona. We in Syria, we need this kind of event because of the harsh circumstances caused by the war we're seeing in this country, where we have had endless violations of human rights, because my city, Kobané, has been exposed to the barbaric acts of Daesh with a terrible result of 80% destruction. To this you must have robbery, pillage, and arson committed in our city, violating with these all human rights in the worst possible way. Our people have suffered all these barbarities, and they still suffering the effect of mines, which are still killing many people, particularly children. Another horrible sequela is the abundant cases of people with disabilities who are maimed. Kobané was at the avant-garde of the defense of humanity, and the terrorists have been defeated. And you in Europe are suffering the same terrorism, and we support you, we stand by you. After the defeat of Daesh and to create a new hope of life, the people took to the reconstruction of the city, which we are achieving with the effort of the people and very little outside help. We look forward to your support and to your coming to us to give us a new lease of life and to protect us from threats and to live in peace. Allow me to call your attention about Afrin, our twin city. During this Battle of Kobané in 2014, Afrin generously welcomed the people who were uprooted from my town and the people who were running away from other parts of Syria, to the point of doubling their population. Today, Afrin is occupied by terrorist groups. Their inhabitants have had to flee, and human rights are systematically violated, being women the main victims. My city has welcomed many people uprooted from Afrin, but it's not enough. Cities from all over the world have to denounce the violation of human rights in Afrin and stand up for Afrin citizens' rights to go back to their homes and to a life in peace. The citizens from the Middle East and Syria in particular need to attend the type of Congress you've organized to foster cooperation in order to develop collaborative working mechanisms with your local authorities and to guarantee the human rights of our citizens. The decisions you're about to take in your Congress are very much of our interest, and we commit to complying with every one of their clauses for rights and for the dignity of mankind. I would have liked to have been with you, but the difficulty of transport in my country make it impossible. I apologize, and I wish you the best at your Congress for Human Rights in the cities. From Kobané, on the 8th of December 2018, Reuchen Abdi, co-mayor of Kobané.
We have just a few minutes left. We'd like to open a panel discussion at the end of the presentations, but we wanted each one of them to explain and defend their municipal policies, and we've heard many experiences here. I would like to speak of the central topic of this session, how cities could be a global counterpower to the extreme right movement. We've heard some cases from Europe, but since we also have a representative of the City Hall of Seattle in the United States, could you please tell us about your experience there? How could cities cooperate to face, in this case, the Trump administration? My question is for Lorena, but any of you can take the floor, of course.
Gracias. Creo que lo voy a hacer en inglés porque se me hace.
Thank you. I will speak in English because I'll find it a little easier. I have very much to say. Thank you.
So I think in Seattle, what we are seeing and what we call ourselves is really the moral conscience of America, the moral conscience that we want our country to be. In a lot of ways, the city of Seattle is the epicenter of the resistance movement against Trump and his xenophobic and racist policies in our country. And one of the things that we have seen, I think, since the first time since we had our civil rights movement in the 60s, is we are seeing a reemergence of movement building, of opposition to overt policies that are intended to continue systems of oppression, systems of institutionalized racism within every aspect of our federal government. And so I think what we're doing in Seattle is to continue to build capacity within our communities, our immigrant communities, our Black communities, our LGBTQ communities, to ensure that they have the power that they need to be able to fight back on behalf of their own communities, because only us within our own communities understand how to best push back and how to fight against administrations like the Trump administration. And so I think the way that plays out is, of course, through mass movement building. But for me, as a person who came from the immigrant rights movement in America, it's important for me as a city council member to continue to be true and accountable and responsible to the community that elected me to this office. And for me, that means making sure that I'm advocating and fighting for resolutions, like making sure that the city of Seattle continues to be a welcoming city to all immigrants and refugees, that we continue to provide services, basic services like law enforcement, public safety, access to human services and housing to everyone, regardless of what their immigration status is. And it also means that I use my position in the city council to talk about the many good contributions that immigrants and refugees make to the country. And this is really important because in our country, we are dealing every single minute of the day with some form of fake news that is pushed out by the Trump administration and by President Trump himself. So for me, it's important for us to make sure that we're getting out as much information as we can, that we're investing in communities to make sure that they can empower themselves to fight against these types of xenophobic, racist policies that are coming out of the Trump administration. And lastly, it's important for us and city government to pay attention to the details, because the details matter. It matters whether or not this president is distracting us with this crazy tweet when he wakes up after watching Fox News, and what is he doing while he's distracting us? Well, what he's doing while he's distracting us is giving orders to his administration to dismantle protections in the area of human rights and immigrant rights that have existed for years. And so we have to stay focused at the city government on making sure that we can continue to deliver the services, that we're protecting people, and that we're investing in our communities to continue to be empowered.
Gracias, Lorena. Les pido...
Thank you, Lorena. Let me ask you for very brief interventions and answers so that we can hear at least 3 or 4 questions.
Make a point of disagreement, because it's good to agree on many things, but just a point of disagreement. The fight against far right and against this type of policies cannot be only on the street. You need to have institutional countermeasures. The mayor of Athens didn't allow distribution of food only for Greeks. He sent in the police. The police stopped the distribution of food only to Greeks, and he got attacked after by a member of Golden Dawn. And Golden Dawn is not a far-right movement. Golden Dawn is a Nazi movement. And I'm not joking. Clear Nazis, neo-Nazis. They are on trial now for the 3rd year for being a criminal organization. And the mayor of Athens was a victim of an attack, and he was a witness in the court. So yes, the fight is in the street, but the fight also has to be institutional, because the municipalities are not an NGO. The municipalities are not a civil society organization. They are an institution. They have to collaborate with the civil society, they have to support it, but there are limits. The Constitution is one limit. The laws are another limit. So if you mix everything up, the result will be, in my view, the wrong one. So you need an institutional response. When you have mayors responding institutionally to the far right, citizens will understand. It cannot only be fighting in the street, whatever type of fighting in the street. You need both. Thank you.
Me gustaría también, si...
If any of you could explain, please, how do you fight in terms of communication? Lorena was telling us about the difficulty of facing those fake news issued by the Trump administration. How to explain to people that human rights policies are not just morally right, but they benefit everyone, confronting those messages that so easily permeate and that come from the far-right movements.
Okay.
Alessia? Venga.
Okay, Trump and Salvini. Okay, we had still Berlusconi, so we are so greatly prepared. Okay, the brutal xenophobic and excluding and racist narrative of which the current government is capable really imposes us and our cities to start to co-planning all the operation and administrative procedures because we are public entities, we are local authorities, so we have to act and promote instead of our mandate or our mission. Okay, but the communication point is a focal point. It's a very, very important because of to clear violence and revenge can never be painless. It is to say that each grain of ferocity, each grain of brutality, each grain of me against you, of Italian first, turns like a bullet, and it turns and returns sooner or later. And at last, in so many years, it becomes to regret all these things. So it's important to collect our cities, to build all the campaign and awareness initiatives instead of advocacy and campaigning itself to stop these waves and to build an alternative and to remove the cause. Okay.
¿Alguna intervención más en este punto?
Any other comment? Well, especially xenophobic discourse. Yesterday I spoke with some of the speakers. It's all the same wherever we are. It's always the same. We also have very interesting experiences when creating a community. For example, in Cádiz, we have a group with an important number of Mexican citizens, and we've worked for a cultural exchange. In the end, if the person in front of you has the same problems as you do, and when raising their children, when making ends meet, that creates a sense of belonging and community, and it's more difficult because it's more difficult for those messages to permeate. So it's important to break away from fake news. Terrible. But creating a community, a sense of belonging, and the fact that in the end you relate to the person in front of you and vice versa, and it's much easier for that xenophobic message to dissipate. We've also heard very much about policies addressed to the social inclusion of migrants and refugees. I would like to see how can you combine these policies with policies defending the rights of everyone, of all persons? I mean, how can you explain to citizens that you're working for the whole of society and not for a specific segment? Maybe Patrick, with his long-standing experience in Saint-Denis, can explain a little. How, from the institutions, how do you avoid competition amongst the poor?
Well, 32 years ago, in 1986, we had the legal elections with proportional vote, and in Saint-Denis, the National Front, the extreme right party, was not too far. Well, behind the Communist Party in a very small percentage, and the National Front in France was very small. Now we've seen the dimension of the problem in the growth of the National Front, of this extreme right, and it seems then that those elected are far from the population of the different neighborhoods, and it's a lot of work that we've been doing for 30 years that certainly has meant that we don't have them yet, because we have a National Front that is, well, just not too much, not even 10%. But however, in many other cities of France, it's from 35 to 40%. So I believe then that the main subject we have to tackle, and the question that you are posing, has a lot to do with the building or development of what we have in common, of what we share. I like to talk about what is of all of us. One has to respect the diversity of people. And there are local policies that, yes, in a very effective manner, allow for this. And they work towards political alternatives. I'm fully convinced that if we continue with this neoliberal capitalism, well, then this has terrible consequences everywhere on the planet. And the problems that we live nowadays will not only not be solved in the years to come, but they will be worsened. So there's a clear need of co-building, of building together among different citizens, institutions, associations, all together, those that still have power nowadays and can act as a counterpower. Well, we have to work together in such a way that we can maybe give an alternative to society. So reflecting, really, I see this deterioration in the last 15 years. I do remember Porto Alegre, yes, and there was so much convergence of the different associative movements, the NGOs, and the municipal governments, but I think that maybe we lost a bit of that spirit. So I think that the global agreement has to follow this work together of Porto Alegre, yes, but making sure that we build together and that this is not done against the populations that are kind of the permanent ones, but making everybody work together. In France, what we have nowadays is really revealing the contradictions and the complexity of the world we live in nowadays.
Turno de preguntas en la sala. Nos quedan muy pocos minutos, pero si alguien quiere hacer alguna pregunta a nuestros.
If anyone wants to ask any of our speakers a question concerning their speeches or anything else, we have a roving microphone in the room and you can take the floor. So any questions here? In the meantime, I believe Lefteris also wanted to say something. No? So here we have a question, I believe. Your name, please. Hi, good morning. I wanted to ask those who represent the cities. I mean, we're having municipal elections very soon. I don't know if you can hear me. Not very well. If you could speak a little louder. Thank you. Yes. I wanted to ask, especially the Spanish representatives, we will soon have municipal elections. With the example of what happened in Andalusia recently with the elections, all this is having an influence on the discourse we're hearing in municipalities and cities like Barcelona and Cadiz, since we have them represented here. How can they face this change in discourse that we are hearing in some cities, and how to keep with these social policies, especially with migrants, which is one of the hot topics, not currently? How can they keep that in their programs, convincing citizens that we have to fight for the rights of all? So, basically, is there any reflections on this? How to do all that and not lose the elections, right? Yes, exactly.
A ver, no es una pregunta fácil.
It's not easy. Not an easy question to answer. I would say, referring to something we heard before, which has to do with what happened in Andalusia, and which has to do with the policy of the Socialist Party concerning municipalities. In in Madrid, we've gotten together many times, joining efforts with Naples and many refugee cities, and together with other Spanish cities, to appeal to the government, to the socialist government in power, in terms of the fact that we cannot be left on our own with that policy to give refuge to these people, because otherwise we could see what happened in Andalusia, that image of how they were over-flooded with a total chaos and lack of coordination, which has favored, brought about by the arrival of refugees, which has to do with very non-brave policy of the parties in power, with the continuation of the policies of the Popular Party. The big mistake of social democracy, which is being disassembled in Europe, is that empty space which was then taken up by the extreme right. Thatcher said, when she was asked what was the legacy she left behind, she would point at Tony Blair. That's my legacy, that's my victory, Tony Blair, because Tony Blair ended up accepting the common sense of my policies, she said. And that could also be applicable to France concerning Mr. Valls. Valls is someone who ended up doing that policy of the National Front in France, and now he's running for elections in Barcelona. And that's the policy that we have to, that's the politics that we have to fight against. Part of the solution lies in the idea that we have to move forward in the full acquisition of rights and citizenship in Barcelona. We have 20% of migrants who cannot vote, and because they cannot vote, these persons are not taken into account for politicians. But we want everyone to be able to vote. In one of our campaigns, our recent campaign, goes along those lines precisely. We created a campaign so that all those migrants and foreigners who can vote in Barcelona could exert their rights, because there are very many difficulties in terms of bureaucracy and everything, and they all go along those lines of empowerment. And I think, as our Greek colleague said, the extreme right movement should be fought against, not just from the streets, also from the institutions, and especially from the institutions. Yes, more than build barricades on the streets, we have to build barricades from within the institutions. That is where we can really stop, especially the cities for change that we are running. We always say the future of Europe is the future. The cities are the future of Europe, we've always said, because it is in the cities where the large movements for change have happened. All the movements that have challenged the status quo happened from within the cities as the origin of democracy and political action. But we have not just future, we have a past, and we have to defend that past. Cities for change. The past is these 4 years of government that have turned us into defense for human rights, and now is the time to protect the conquests we've achieved, which will ensure a future free of the right wing. 30 seconds, please. Anna, did you want to say something? Very briefly. There is no crisis of migrants. There's a crisis of how the Popular Party before and now the Socialist Party have managed migrants. That, and also how the media deal with this problem, you know, we want to win in the City Hall of Cádiz because we believe that we are the ones who can best guarantee the rights of everyone. And we understand that what you're saying is complicated, but that's what we're doing precisely. We are fighting for the rights for everyone, and, you know, we cannot confront one against another. We have to identify one another and create policies for everyone. This is the line. This is the goals we have to set ourselves.
When you want to keep your political heritage, you don't have to say yes, but. In order to defend what you do, you have to be consistent. You repeat the same thing all over and over again. You don't back down. You said it was the right thing to do for the city, and we will continue to do the same thing. Don't back down because people will not vote for you. No buts. That's the answer.
Gracias. Alessia, Anna, Imet.
Alessia, Anna, Imet, Patrick Lefteris, thank you all for being here this morning. Thank you as well. And let's continue with this Cities for Rights. Thank you.
Si em permeteu, faig 3 apunts logístics només. Com veureu ara...
Please, if you allow me. On the way out, we have coffee and drinks for the coffee break, half an hour, 30 minutes. There is an exhibition of Coupe Sisuet coming in. There are 24 good practices of coming from 24 different European cities, and during these 20 years of the Charter, they have been, well, we have selected different examples. You have it in different languages. You can even take it. These are cubes that you can play with, and you can even kind of play with the ones you like best. We did it expressly for the conference. And then as well, this afternoon, there will be guided tours to the Threshold exhibition that's just been opened in 13 different tube stops or underground stops with the celebration of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights anniversary. I guess you all have IDs. There are 4 lists. We have different 4 tours, 3 in Spanish and Catalan and 1 in English. So please write your names down. It will be starting at 7:30 when we finish this afternoon with the artists that will be there to go with you, and you will be able to enjoy the exhibition. And finally, well, please continue and read the Twitter of the conference at Cities for Rights with a 4 and with the hashtag, which is the same, but with the hashtag just precisely. Okay, coffee.
esta segunda sesión, esta vez sobre las resistencias a las políticas de frontera y muy concretamente a las políticas de deportación. Actualmente las fronteras siguen creciendo y podríamos decir que crecen más que nunca. En los años 90, con ese supuesto fin neoliberal,
in the 90s, the alleged neoliberal end, it seemed as if in the 90s borders were going to disappear as well. They were going to be part of history. 1994, book which is referenced by los ministers post-national citizens in a world made by citizens with rights beyond national territories. Citizens understood as people with the right to have rights, whether irrespective of their national territory and states. This announcement of the end of borders and the end of rights associated to nationality and the rights understood as a privilege of nationals was just an illusion, as was the supposed end of history announced by Fukuyama. 30 years later, one could say that the borders are growing. And the most obvious way to see that is with the construction of walls and fences and all that technology that accompanies them, that technology of border control. When we speak of walls, the first thing we see is that wall in the borderline between the U.S. and Mexico, the Trump wall, which was initiated much before Trump, but where borders and walls and fences grow more and more nowadays is in the EU. Now we speak of the externalization of border control, which is when this is relocated or exported beyond geographical borders, beyond national territories. And that's a clear paradox. We spoke of the end of borders, of this national citizenship. In fact, what's happened is just the opposite. What became globalized and deterritorialized is the borders, whereas the rights are more and more associated and limited to nationals. Beyond these borders, in the shape of walls and fences, the most effective borders are made of paper in the shape of a visa. Those borders, visas, are preventing some people from fleeing, and they are very effective, in fact, and they have really determined the mobility of most of the world population. Besides being effective, they are tremendously selective because they work for some, for the majority, whereas they don't work for others. And we represent a very small minority. Beyond the visas, we also have other ways of having borders, invisible frontiers, but still strong, those that have to do with the exclusion of those who don't have a residence permit, those who are excluded from healthcare services, from the labor market, or basic rights, saying that that will make their lives impossible, and forcing them to leave or preventing others from coming. Those frontiers are invisible, but they are ubiquitous. They are applied and suffered at all times and places. And finally, we have those policies that look for returning and detaining and returning them. Detention policies. Today we'll focus on this. These detention and deportation policies are policies that are highly symbolic. They affect many people, and in a very effective manner. But these are policies which, on their own, do not decrease illegal immigration. Obama was the president who has had more deported migrants, but at the same time, illegal immigrants have not decreased substantially. But detention policies and deportation policies, although they are highly symbolic, they have an important effect. Firstly, for those who are detained and deported, more so when there's an ocean dividing them. For example, I'm thinking of citizens from Latin American countries who are deported from Spain, with an ocean in between the countries, with a geography that forces them to take an airplane to go back, and the possibility for them to try to come back is practically impossible. And also, detention and deportation policies also have a very important effect, not just on those deported, but also on those who are not detained or deported, but they could be. And that is why, where de Genova, an American professor, speaks of deportability. One speaks of those who are deported, who are a minority, and the others are those who could be deported at any moment. And that is when he speaks of deportability, which has a very important effect on those who are finally not deported. They are not arrested, and this effect is basically disciplinary merely. And this fear of being detained and deported combines to the exclusion derived from their lack of rights. And although frontiers are implacable, coherent, unquestionable, frontiers are also questioned at all times, permanently disputed, questioned or disputed by migrants themselves with their daily events of resistance when crossing the borders, when crossing them again, once they have been deported, working when they cannot be working, allying, uniting borders are also questioned by public servants and workers. For example, we have the clear example of doctors or healthcare professionals who often disobey national laws, and they care for and they follow their duty as healthcare professionals. Also, these borders have been questioned by social organizations and activists, and today we will focus on that, precisely on the resistance that is taking place, that can continue taking place from these movements. And finally, those policies have been questioned or resisted by cities who consider a citizen to be anyone who lives in the city, who resides in the city, regardless of their legal status, basically because cities not just could have other ideologies, but also they could have other priorities in terms of public policies. So sometimes these decisions on behalf of the city halls not only have to do with ideologies, also with policies that respond to pragmatic ideas. So in this session, we would like to speak of those resistances, those multiple forms of resistance, and we will do it with those who denounce and resist and try to turn around these border policies and these deportation policies carried out by states. Firstly, I will introduce the speakers and ask a question one by one. We have Cecilia Wang, Deputy Legal Director of ACLU, American Active Civil Liberties Union, NGO that wants to preserve the rights and the liberties for every person guaranteed by the Constitution and the United States laws. Cecilia runs the Center for Democracy, including the work of ACLU in terms of the rights of migrants, right to vote, human rights, and also in things that have to do with national security. She's a recognized person in her work in the cross-section between migration and penal law, with work on anti-migration laws with the removal of visas for Muslim citizens, and also working on illegal political police practices. So my first question, Cecilia, for you is, in the current situation with a growing polarization in migration policies, with divided public opinion on migration in the United States, what's the position of the different communities concerning migration and migrants?
Buenos días y gracias. Disculpe, no hablo español, so I'll speak in English. So I think
I'm sorry, the speaker's not using a microphone.
So in the last 2 years, cities, municipalities, and states in the United States have famously been resisting the anti-immigrant actions and the anti-refugee actions of the Trump administration at the federal level. But I want to start by saying what's happening with the role of cities increasingly on immigration policy is not new in the United States, not even new in the modern period. Cities started becoming involved in immigration policy in the 1980s when an earlier wave of Central Americans seeking asylum in the United States faced vehement opposition and hostility from the federal government and from some localities in the United States. And so you saw a wave of progressive cities, San Francisco, New York, and others, stepping forward to enact local municipal policies that would protect cities, what became known as sanctuary policies. And so the basic idea at the municipal level is that we as a local community, through our local government and elected officials, are going to welcome immigrants. We will provide services without regard to immigration status, and we will, including policing services, which becomes very important in recent years. Then in the 2000s, starting in the early 2000s into the 2010-2011 period, you saw more activity on the local level from the opposite direction. So Chris Kobach, a famous anti-immigrant activist and the Secretary of State in the state of Kansas, started a deliberate campaign to get municipalities first and then states like Arizona and Alabama and South Carolina and Georgia to enact anti-immigrant policies, which took the opposite tack from the earlier sanctuary policies. Those policies provided, for example, that a city's landlords in renting houses or apartments to newcomers, to immigrants, would check immigration status, and if you were in the United States without authorization from the federal government, they required landlords to then report these residents. It also required the police department to cooperate with the federal government in doing immigration enforcement. And so what you see in this context is that as President Trump took office, and you saw many cities and counties and states filing lawsuits against the federal government in the United States to oppose first the Muslim ban, a proclamation by the president, and then his interior enforcement executive orders. We saw this kind of increasing polarization between anti-immigrant localities, that is cities or counties or states that had anti-immigrant leadership, and those that had pro-immigrant, pro-integration policies. And the result has been largely successful since Donald Trump took office in fighting back against the policies of the president, because they have been found by the courts to be in violation of the US Constitution and statutes passed by Congress, by our federal legislature. So I think what's interesting is there are many legal issues, which as an attorney I could talk about, but I'll spare you that. And just talk a little bit about, in conclusion for your answer, that you really see this flowering of the very themes at this conference, that local communities make such a difference. They're how we experience life. They're how we experience the world. And even though the president, the leadership in our federal government, has had such a profound, disturbing, and anti-human rights impact on life in the United States, the coming together of local communities to support people, regardless of immigration status, regardless of their nationality on paper, I think is also a profoundly American cultural impulse. We've got these two competing threads throughout US history. And we have, on the one hand, 230 years of xenophobia and racism in our national history, but we also have a cultural tradition of welcoming, of refuge, and the notion, at least since our Civil War, with the constitutional amendments that were passed with the abolition of slavery, we have the idea that if you're born in the United States, you are a citizen of the United States equal to all others. And though the president has been attacking that core principle in US law since the abolition of slavery, I think there is real resistance, and so far successful resistance, through the efforts largely of municipalities, along with NGOs and regular American people around the country who've protested what we see happening.
Thank you very much. Mi siguiente pregunta es para
My next question is for Cristina Jiménez. Cristina Jiménez is organizer, member community, and fighter for freedom. She's co-founder and director of United We Dream, a network of young migrants, in fact, the biggest network of young migrants in the US, with some 100 groups and over 400,000 members. Cristina was born in Ecuador, and she got to the States when she was 13. She studied at the beginning as an undocumented student, and she's one of the leaders of the campaign that managed to get the DACA program passed, protecting almost 1 million migrants from deportation. Because of her work, Cristina was named by Time magazine as one of the most influencing people worldwide. Cristina, I have a question for you, kind of in line with the question I asked Cecilia. In the current context, with the US government, which has a clear anti-migrant attitude with strong anti-migrant measures, what are you doing at United We Dream? How can you offset this discourse and these policies? And what could others do in this situation to respond, to react, to palliate and to revert this general context? Thank you, Blanca, and thank you very much for having me at this Congress and at this dialogue. I feel very inspired by what I'm hearing. Well, for us, going back to what Cecilia was saying, I think we should mention the context. Migrant communities and color communities in the US are being the target of an extreme attack, something that had not been seen for years in the US. When Trump became president, in his first month in office, he passed an executive measure, obviously led by him, stating that all migrants, particularly non-documented migrants, become a state threat. That means that people like my parents, undocumented migrants, and many of our members at our network, United We Dream, are automatically considered priority for deportation by the government. This means that what we're seeing in many communities is that there is cooperation between the local police, which in many cases are not at all linked to deportation activities, and federal police. Now, this started out under Obama, but it has intensified this cooperation between local police and the migration agency to increase deportations. So, when faced with these clear attacks and this increase in deportations, and also seeing that people who were protected against deportation by programs such as ours, DACA, for young people who grew up in the States, like my brother, like myself, protecting us against deportation, and also people who come from Central America or Haiti, who've had protection and who have temporal security. All these programs have been eradicated by the current government. So we now have more people who were previously protected against deportation, but they are now vulnerable, a target for deportation. So now we, as a national network, very active defending migrant rights in the US, together with many of our allies of the social movement in the US, we have realized that our target right now, number one, is to get organized. It is the only way we can protect communities. Very often we cannot use all the tools at hand, the legal tools against or in court, because it doesn't work. And in election terms, well, you can see what the situation is. But this organizational power is what is making us stronger. I hope to be able to share with you some testimonials later. But we are using right now our own bodies to protect our relatives, our friends from deportation. And that is the first tool that is being used. Because if migrant communities become isolated and don't have this protection from the community, they will be easily deported without us even knowing about it. The second tool we've been using is we have been denounced everything that is happening under the under the Trump administration. Apologies. Right now, the deportation forces are being given huge resources, thousands of millions of dollars, which are being handled in a bipartisan way. Democrats and Republicans, they've been increasing these resources over the years to fight terrorism, supposedly in the US. So those agencies are now a huge force, which are terrorizing some communities, particularly border communities, but also communities inside the country. And people in the US don't know about this police force. They don't know how they act. They don't know what's legal or not. We have cooperations with other organizations, such as Cecilia's, and we fight against the violation of human rights. These police forces do not have the power to enter your property, but they're doing so. And they're now turning up in places where they do not have the power to do that, to deport people. So we now record what happens in those communities and denounce it. And we work closely with the media to make people aware of what's happening. And we see that it works. More so now than ever in our movement for justice for migrants, we realize that we're having more support. In fact, lately, in the latest polls, we see that over 80% of US citizens are against the deportations the way Trump's administration are doing them. That means that many allies, organizations, and associations which are not necessarily migrants associations, they're supporting us. And something else which is relevant for this Congress is that we are creating pressure at local level be it within municipalities or within school catchment area or at state level, because that's where we see the opportunity to fight, to struggle. If we organize, if we exert pressure, if we get organized collectively, we make inroads. Something very inspiring that is happening now, and with this I'll finish, is that at city level, we are fighting and we are gaining what we are called freedom policies, where they don't just talk about migrant communities, but also African-American communities, Muslim communities, LGBTIQ communities, and other vulnerable communities, where we are getting together with collective power and demanding our local authorities to protect these communities. For example, we say that local authorities should not ask people for their visa documents, that there should be no discrimination for issues of color or LGBTIQ issues. We're gaining this in Texas or Maryland, where the progressive movement is not so large. But we are getting there, and this makes us hopeful that if we create and work on a local movement, we will be stronger at national level.
Muchísimas gracias. Luego seguiremos con una segunda ronda de preguntas. Ahora dejadme que presente a Albert Bitoden Yaka, ciudadano de origen camerunés.
Allow me to introduce Albert Bitoden Yaka from Cameroon. He spent half his life in Spain. He studied economy and finance in Cameroon, and he's now studying political sciences. He works in services, has done so for years. He's the coordinator of a center in Algeciras for CEPAIM, which is a landmark association in this field, which work in many issues, from the international welcoming and protection to issues to do with labor insertion, young people and families, and also in the field of development cooperation. So, Albert, an initial question for you. Going back to what we've been saying now, do you think there is enough social activism against repression and the harsh treatment in Spanish borders? Well, good morning, and thank you very much for your invitation. It's always a pleasure to come to Barcelona, where we don't have many chances to come because we are far, physically, of course. Now, we've seen a growing social awareness. And I say this because I've been living in Spain for 21 years. Some 20 years ago, this conversation would not be like this. 21 years ago, razor blade fences were up in Melilla. They still are in some places. And people were not paying attention to that. Now we talk about these razor blade fences. And people, the citizens in general, are very aware of the issues to do with people. Because when we talk about migrants, sometimes we talk in abstract terms. But really, migrants have faces and names. And we see that we are just applying to ourselves Article 13 of human rights, which is freedom of movement. So I do think there is a certain awareness, but at the same time, it is somehow perceived as if it were somebody else's problem. Every now and again, when there's, when waves are made, yeah, you might get a move on, you can do something, but after a while, the problem tends to disappear. And I'm saying this because I can't remember how many media, I've been on holiday during the summer. I work from Algeciras in the south of Spain, at the tip of Spain, where from April to yesterday, we have had huge numbers of people trying to cross into Spain. And we see constant interest, people asking us what's happening, but it is no longer news. It was news over the summer. And it was news also because of the issue of people getting in, not who was coming in, how they're doing, what's happening to them, how is their stress managed, who is making sure that they find their own space in our society. I mean, I wouldn't even talk about integration. I don't believe in integration. I believe that, with all due respect, integration is an appalling Western word. I mean, we are all experts in finding horrible words for things. I believe more in adaptability and in peaceful coexistence, but it's harder to obtain. So, yes, we do see this temporary awareness, temporary activism. We see that people keep coming in, keep crossing the border. People want to get in, and they want to share our world, and they want us to share theirs. There's something I regret 20 years later, and it is that the national movements which are translated into social activism from NGOs, they haven't been able to make the most of the possibilities to create real personal activism where people take the reins of their own lives, where people say how they want to be treated. That is something I kind of regret. I didn't see that 20 years ago. In 20 years' time, I hope I'll see a change, or that my children will be here to see a change. Thank you, Albert. So let's go on to our last question for Andrés García Berrio. Many of you may know him. He is a lawyer. He's an expert in the defense of human rights, and he's also co-director of IRIDIA, a Center for the Defense of Human Rights. IRIDIA, and I'd like to stress this once again, well, you are part of us, we know what you do, but I'll stress it again. IRIDIA is a center that denounces institutional violences and fosters changes in public policies, and they do so from direct intervention when there is violation of human rights, and also through the development of legal and judicial processes to foster changes in public policies. Andrés has a long tradition of work in the southern borders in Spain, in CIES, in those centers of arrival for migrants, denouncing particularly some deaths at those centers and deportations, and also analyzing migrant policies in general. So my question to you, Andrés, is, can we talk about migrations at this moment of peak activity from extreme right? And how can we build a process to obtain a change in the way we speak and to obtain a change in those migration policies? Yes, I think that we are at a crucial moment in time for several reasons. First, because what's at stake is that now that we've been speaking about the Andalusian regional elections for 2 weeks, is that what's at stake is what we're building together. I think that associations, activists, everybody is focusing on how we respond, and I think that's a mistake. For me, I think that right now, this is the time to make that part of the population visible. I'm talking about migrants, people of different colors of skin, people who are perhaps not migrants or different colors, but who are in favor of a certain type of civil liberties, which is at risk. We in Spain have now regulations that limit our freedoms of expression, or we can see that we can react to that in an empowering collective manner, and that is crucial to grow, because the only thing that's being discussed now is the rise of the extreme right. But if we look at the figures, there is a higher proportion of people at the other end, but we are quiet ones. And when we talk about the extreme right, I mean, yeah, we have to, of course. We should. It's our duty. But it goes beyond that. It's to do with the global right. It's to do with an attack against certain democratic values. And it's to do with more than just one political party. We are trying to work in a collective campaign that tends to balance things, that tends to put us at the core. Some of us also migrant people, people of different colors, in putting us at the center, at the core, to build other type of social policies. Now, that's what we need to consider. I think we are reacting late, but in the right way. I think that the fact that we don't have a clear suggestion from associations or from these bodies about these public policies, the fact that we don't have a clear text for these public policies for migration, to avoid deaths in the Mediterranean, to see what happens with those horrid fences. So to tackle all those issues, the fact that we don't have a clear suggestion leaves people with the impression that, well, they don't know what to do, and therefore there is lack of control, lack of management, and therefore the situation is perceived as more controversial or harder than it really is. I think that the key is in our hands, in communities' hands. We need to get working. Communities, social movements, even political movements, but acting along non-partisan lines, because what's at stake is not partisan. I mean, when we talk about I don't know, a healthy democratic life, that doesn't just mean isolating and kicking out Vox, the extreme right, but it goes beyond that, and we need a mobilized citizen community to do that. And it can be done. We can do it, and we have to do it strongly.
Cecilia, I'm coming back to you.
Thank you.
Let's start again, the rant. Cristina hablaba de la necesidad.
Cristina was talking about the need to get together and to make a united front, all of us, different communities, and that would be the only way to resist, question, and revert the effect of these policies. But also at the same time, in our email exchange of the last few days, you talked about a variety of positions, several different positions held by the communities. So how can we consider that united front when we have this diversity of positions?
So I think Cristina really touched on this. In the US, one of the silver linings of the storm cloud that is Donald Trump is that different communities, whether it's different ethnic communities, different progressive communities, LGBT communities, have come together along with more mainstream liberal communities. As immigration policies in the US have become worse and more radical and more draconian, people have seen the eroding effect on civil society in the US. That has always been the case. I've been a lawyer now for more than 20 years, 25 years, give or take. And what you see is when things get very bad, when Arizona passed its infamous SB 1070 law, and then the next year, over half the 50 states of the United States introduced bills that were similar to attack immigrants in communities. You saw people who were perhaps moderates in the United States, who perhaps did not have close connections with immigrants or with people of color, minority communities or individuals, but said for the first time, when I see police officers in my city questioning, pulling over Latino Americans, Asian Americans, African Americans, I see that as an attack on my civil freedoms, my civil liberties. I see racial profiling by police in my community, and I see the police illegally stopping people with no legal justification. And so when you see anti-immigrant laws and policies taken to extreme measures, you do see a backlash, a positive backlash. And that's what I think we're seeing now. And you know, Christina and everyone in this panel and the previous panel talked a lot about the importance of mobilizing communities and public opinion and shifting that. It has to start there, and it will only end there, right, in getting positive change. But I do want to talk for a moment about, as a civil rights lawyer in the US context, about the importance of litigation, which is a tool that we use for our communities. I mentioned already, since Donald Trump took office, just the ACLU alone, one NGO in the US, a big one, but one, has filed more than 80 lawsuits on immigration, challenging the federal government and some local governments. And what we've seen is that in his first week in office, as Christina mentioned, the president enacted 3 executive orders. One on interior immigration, which included an attack on so-called sanctuary jurisdictions, localities that have staked out a pro-immigrant position. The president threatened to defund those cities, and you may or may not know, in the US, our cities are largely funded by the federal government. Second, an order having to do with border protection, and third, the infamous Muslim ban order. So the ACLU and other NGOs immediately filed lawsuits on the range of issues, many, many issues where the federal government under President Trump attacked immigrants and refugees. And at the same time, we also saw localities participating in litigation. Why do localities participate in litigation? Why would a city or a county or a state file a lawsuit against the national government? It's because of mobilization of their communities, because those elected officials in those localities know that that is what their constituencies want, a resistance to what they see in the national government. So as soon as the president enacted his ban on Muslim entries into the United States, you saw not only NGOs, but states and cities filing lawsuits. Similarly, when Donald Trump issued his order that attacked sanctuary jurisdictions, vaguely defined by the president, which jeopardized the well-being of cities around the country, within days of his issuing that order, you saw localities filing suit. In the end, there was the city of San Francisco, the county of Santa Clara, also in California, 2 small cities in Massachusetts, Seattle, represented here by Lorena Gonzalez, another small city in California called Richmond, Chicago, Philadelphia, the state of California, Los Angeles, the United States Conference of Mayors, an organization with mostly liberal mayors around the country, all sued the federal government to stop the president's executive order. You then saw the federal government suing California to challenge a law that had been passed by the California legislature called the Trust Act, which puts limits on the ability of California state police officers to participate in immigration enforcement. And it gets very complicated, because then on the state level, you saw some conservative anti-immigrant states like Texas in conflict, in litigation against cities in that state, where the cities said, we are challenging our state laws that are anti-immigrant. So in all of this, you really see complexity. You see a battle for public opinion. You see in individuals in the United States a struggle, a conflict between individual feelings of fear of the stranger, which is human nature, and people also trying to overcome that fear in themselves and in their neighbors. And I'll just finish by noting there's a urban planner and lawyer and academic at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, named Justin Steele. He studies the role of immigration policy in local communities, and he did his doctoral dissertation on this subject. And he compared a pair of cities in the state of Iowa and a pair of cities in the state of Pennsylvania. The ACLU actually sued the anti-immigrant cities, the cities with anti-immigrant policies, Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and Fremont, Nebraska. They had some of the earliest laws attacking immigrants in their communities. And what Professor Steele learned through his empirical study of the data is there are many factors at play in whether a locality, a local community, will come out as anti-immigrant or as pro-immigrant and pro-integration, as welcoming. The economy has a lot to do with it. The rate of change in demographics has a lot to do with it. But the one thing that I think I took to heart from his presentation was a very small number of people can make a very big difference. The mayor of Hazleton, Pennsylvania, descendant of Italian immigrants from southern Italy, Lou Barletta, now a United States congressman, was a xenophobe. And he saw white, conservative residents of his city scapegoating newcomers, Latino immigrants, who were working in agriculture in his town, and he passed one of the early anti-immigrant laws. 50 miles away, a similar town in every way, size, demographics, etc., Easton, Pennsylvania. Their mayor decided, I'm going to start a human rights commission, and we are going to declare ourselves a welcoming city. Two cities, very similar in their demographics, similar culturally, only 50 miles apart from one another, had such different outcomes. And the end result was that Hazleton saw its new growing Latino community flee. Everyone moved out of town to the next town over that was more welcoming. Their local economy tanked. Small businesses went out of business. And communities like Easton were thriving because they took a welcoming stance. And so I think what we see is municipalities responding to mobilization of progressives, of minority communities, of people of color. And we also see that for reasons entirely apart from standing up for human rights, for reasons of wanting a strong economy, and for reasons of public safety, wanting all of the residents of our locality to feel safe in coming to report violent crimes to the police, those policies of welcoming and integration are the ones that have really shown success. And I think as we play out this conflict through litigation and mobilizing and the fight for public opinion, I think we're all hopeful, those of us who do this work in the United States and around the world, that ultimately will prevail, because life is better when we have these pro-immigrant policies.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Cristina, hasta ahora hemos hablado del contexto político.
Cristina, so far we've spoken of the political context, very much polarized with anti-migration discourses we hear more and more, and the alternative responses and resistance to all this. Let's speak more directly now of the system and deportation policies. And here's my question. What is a deportation in reality? What does it mean in real life? And how does this affect the life of persons?
Voy a compartir una historia de
Let me share the story of a city, a town in Texas, where our organization and many others have been working to build collective power, organizing the community with a pro-immigrant movement. The state of in Houston, in Texas, it's a very racist and anti-migrant state, but I do believe they have very much potential for political change because many colored communities live there and are thriving there in that state, especially Latin American communities. And in fact, the city of Houston 2 years ago was the first city in the country deporting, the number one deporting compared to other cities of the same size. And this was because the local police were cooperating very closely with migration officers. And if one was driving a car and you saw a person with a document without a driver's license and a police officer stops you, they call a migration officer and you start the deportation process. This was happening very much. A young man of our national network was driving one night. He was stopped by a police officer. He didn't have a driver's license. He was, taken to the deportation process. And also because he was a member of the LGBT community. And he was put in LGBT, and he was put in confinement. In prison, completely isolated for 3 months. This we started reporting about in the social media, and the story generated very much social support in all the communities in the city. This story and this experience of our member, his name is it helped us so that the council and the sheriff would finish this cooperation between the police and the migration officers. It was a very important milestone. And months after this victory, we have the case of Dennis, who is a student, and high school student, 1 year to be graduated. He was learning English, and because of his accent, his high school students were making fun of him, bullying him, throwing bottles of water at him, and he went to his school to report this incident. The school, instead of helping him, called the local police so that the police would take care. The police realized he's a migrant student from Central America, and they called the migration officers to arrest Dennis and put him in a deportation process. He was in a deportation process and imprisoned for almost 4 months. But the movement, the collective movement, saved him from deportation. And I want to highlight here the human impact on Dennis's family. It is very powerful. And I think it's going to leave scars for life. Dennis fell in a depression with anxiety. So the impact is the toll it takes on the mental health of these people, in terms of suicide rates, suicide attempts. The emotional and the mental toll is huge, but the teachers and the youth in our movement got together to take Dennis out of prison. Now he's graduated from high school, and he is also part of our movement, but the impact this had in him and his family is something that, so much so that he's afraid to leave his house and continue with football practice and going to school. So we do have to speak of this because it's a crisis of human rights, and it's also a crisis on emotional and mental health of these communities. Thank you very much. Albert, a very direct question very abstract as well. What do you think lies behind deportation policies? I would dare say that, firstly, there's a clear difference. You are not welcome, you know. This is something that there's a clear institutional xenophobia. And also, I think it's a structural mechanism to spread fear. Unfortunately, the sad thing is that, as we've just heard, this is happening here as well. So deportation is not just the act in itself. Sometimes we ask ourselves, who cures this wound that has opened up when a deportation takes place? Recently, there was a sentence of the Constitutional Courts concerning deportations in Morocco, in Melilla. 2 citizens, one from Cameroon, and to date, the other one was from Senegal. To date, these people have not been able to come back to Spain. There was a sentence criminalizing that event. Who knows where they are and how they are? Who is going to repair that? Behind a deportation, we have human lives, families. I met a family in Malaga, a woman with 2 children whose husband was deported. And so who pays the price for that breakup in the family? I think deep down it's an act of cowardship, because if we look at the data, Spain is one of the countries in the EU who have reverted the number of migrants. I don't know if this will be turned around, but because of this, little by little, Spain is not being a place for settlement. So people do not choose Spain as a place to settle in. So I think definitely we have, this idea to prove that immigrants are not welcome, that you have to hide, so when no one welcomes you. And I think Spain is not far from France in the sense that they choose a set of African states where citizens could come so long as the states would accept not putting any quota on the exports of the raw materials. This is what we're speaking of. Basically, we're speaking of the fact that not just we choose the people who can come, but also we are constantly reminding people that they are not welcome. Not just in the south border, also in the internal borders. I worked for 2 years in Almeria, and I have to say, never in my life had I seen anyone work to not feel happy. People who are favoring our GDP, one of the highest GDPs in Andalusia, but still where people are being neglected, ill-treated, no communication, no future perspectives. They are in settlements, they're in terrible conditions. All these policies, I understand, are structured. I mean, otherwise this would just not happen. But I am so sure that the key lies in municipalities who do have closeness with that reality, the social organizations that are better and better structured and can have a discourse of action policies, and they should connect with the citizens. They should connect with the victims directly, so that together we can plan, or we can create a story that can face that reality, can face up to that reality and the adaptability within Spain. Thank you very much, Andrés. And going back to resistance and the need to have alternatives, how to collectively and as a community face deportations. Well, I think it's a moment in which we must readapt our struggle. We have been working for years with a campaign against the closure of the detention centers for aliens in Spain. Even here in Catalonia, I'm very much part of this struggle myself, but I think we've won many battles, and especially we see these detention centers as a place where no rights are, which is an exceptional place, and now we can speak of a change in paradigm in migration policies. So I think we have to continue speaking of these detention centers and determine whether we want to make evident the consequences of migration policies. You said, and I very much agree, that in the end, the number of people that deportations are affected by year-round is a high number, but which especially has effects socially, symbolically, etc. In 2017, 8,700 people were deported, of which almost 5,000 were returned, people who had just arrived, and in that process are returned, and 4,000 and something were people who had been living here for quite some time already. Another thing, 3,000 of them went through these detention centers, but over 6,000 were just had direct deportation. So the phenomenon that leads to these policies in the entry, or the exclusion that could appear for 8, 10, 12 years, would be the mechanism of deportation. And as we're learning from the experience that you're saying, this experience in the United States, we think we have to improve the involvement of communities and entities when determining what is a deportation and how they affect. Because if I speak, I live in Gracia, in a quarter in Barcelona, and I know that a neighbor is going to be deported. I will work to prevent that. It's very important to work with the different communities of migrants. And I think the municipality has a key role in that sense. From the very moment in which they have to go against some international regulations in terms of human rights, and compare this to the practices implemented by the government. So in Barcelona, in the past years, we generated a document of neighborhood to fight against this. But I think we have to work in that sense. And I think we have to tell more and more these stories and make them visible, and speak of the impact this has to people. There are many impacts of the law on foreigners that are invisible, so it's difficult to fight against it. But deportation, being hard as it is so cruel. The system we live in is so hard. Even forced deportation imposed upon people who've been here for several years, making them, separating them from their families and their daily life is really a tough blow, and it's something that we are considering working on. Thank you. You've been so very strict with time. Now we even have time for comments and questions from the audience, although we began with a delay.
Hola, què tal? Bona tarda, soc Xavier Casas. Bueno, de fet, he intentat fer la pregunta al debat anterior.
Hello, I'm Xavier Casas. I tried to pose this question in the previous discussion, but it links up with your panel too. It has to do with refugees. At the beginning, you mentioned a series of borders, the moderator, but I heard one that is quite relevant, which is the Mediterranean border, the physical one. Here, we don't need to build any wall, like in the Mexican case, because we have the Mediterranean as a geographical barrier. And when there is no such barrier, I mean, we have Ceuta and Melilla. These are two enclaves, Spanish enclaves in Morocco. So my question, 99% of women who come through African channels are raped. In northern Libya, there are EU-funded centers where refugees and migrants are tortured. Spain has sentenced a Moroccan police officer that also tortured some refugees and migrants. So I've been a couple of times in Skarabangas in the refugee camp in Greece, and the EU has an agreement with Greece and with Turkey, and they basically send funds to Turkey and Greece, basically for refugees not to step into Europe. I mean, Greece is Europe, but anyway. So the questions I would like to ask the Councillor of Athens is whether this aid that comes from the EU is targeted for all refugees. Then I have another question, because I have the feeling that refugee camps are becoming a marketplace for private companies. And I'd like to mention these deportations, because it's very apparent that this is the philosophy of the EU, to increase the military budget. For example, with the military vessels that sail the Mediterranean, they have increased investment, and these vessels are not there to rescue anyone, but rather to send them back to their countries of origin. So these would be my three questions.
Thank you. Let's hear several questions. And I have to say, could you please tell us your name or introduce yourselves? Secondly, can you ask brief questions or make brief comments so we can hear more voices in all? And in Spanish, if you want, so we don't need to translate. Good afternoon. I'm Rodrigo Araneda, from a group of immigrants and refugees, LGBTIQ. I think it's important to work on deportations or the refusal of asylum or immediate deportations. I think it's the difficulty existing when explaining to citizens the processes behind. In that sense, it seems as if it's as easy as publicly reporting, going to the media and creating a mobilization to stop something. It seems to be as easy as that. But there's a great gap when considering this complexity of migration laws or laws that have to do with asylum. And then also, the prejudice of the civil servants, the public workers that apply laws or rights on things that have to do with asylum, for example, with LGBTIQ. Any other questions? I'm Carlos from Mexico, and my comment is, you were talking about neighborhoods and neighbors, which is excellent. At a given moment, we heard about borders and visas, how that is also in itself a border in the shape of a document preventing people to get to different territories. But still, I think there's a very interesting paradox in the discourse or the initiative. Fortunately, there are many attempts and many organizations working in one sense. But if you go to the Office for Foreigners here, people line up since 4 o'clock in the morning by 7, 8 in the morning, they say, you know, no more shifts available. So the attempts, the efforts done in the neighborhood are in theory very good, but they don't turn into anything in practice. What else do we need besides cohesion in the neighborhoods? Is it sufficient with the initiative? I mean, in the institutional practice, we should not neglect this. I agree. It has to do with people, but what can we do so that this sense of belonging to the neighborhood also reaches institutions, for example, in the case of offices for foreigners? Okay, very good. Any last questions, comments? And then we will move on to the answers. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Isabel Lozano. I work in the City Hall of Valencia on inclusion policies. My comment is on the mass media. I think they're very powerful resources, and clearly we have the social networks that help us fight against that immense power of the mass media. But social networks always create endogamic spaces, and the mass media reach the vast majority that is not mobilized, and we need to win, you know, rights for democracy more and more. I mean, I would like to hear some strategies to be able to have some impact, because in the end, the media are large companies, corporations, and economic interests on the other side. How do you think we could have an impact? Thank you. Let me propose that we follow the same order, and please answer those questions and comments. To answer to the questions or comments that you feel you want to answer more.
Sure, I'll address the last two questions. I think you can't underestimate the power of local organizing, and you can't underestimate the power of the media, of journalists, combined with litigation. And so I think the immediate answer to stopping deportations from the US experience has been that we need to go into court and file lawsuits to put an immediate stop, or at least a pause on the deportations. The Trump administration, for example, has gone after national origin groups where we had communities with a large number of people who were ordered deported but who could not be returned to their home countries because of conditions in those countries. And then the Trump administration, without giving people due process that was required under US domestic law, suddenly tried to execute those removal orders, the deportation orders, against Somalis, against Iraqis, against Cambodians, et cetera, et cetera. So we immediately went into court, just as we did during the Obama administration, when the President of the United States, Barack Obama, declared that all of these mothers and children from Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador were ineligible for asylum. He just declared this entire group of people ineligible, which is contrary to both international law and US domestic law. So we filed lawsuits to put an immediate halt and got court orders stopping that. But then what happens is that you need to have the mobilizing in order to show the political will not to deport these large groups of people. And so the examples I can think of there were the Trump administration, of course, has not only gone after immigrants, but also has gone after people for their political speech, contrary to US constitutional law. And so there were a number of dreamers, you know, young people who were, as Obama said, American except on paper, members of Christina's organization or other organizations in the US, who spoke out publicly soon after Trump was elected to say, we disagree with the policies, and then they were arrested and put into deportation proceedings. There was a young woman, Daniela Vargas, very famous case. She spoke out at a rally, and within hours, she was arrested. This is shocking from an American perspective, because it's so clearly targeting people because of their speech, what their expression of their opinions in public. There was another example of where a journalist made all the difference. In Oakland, California, where I live in the San Francisco area, there was a long story written by a journalist for the San Francisco Chronicle detailing the case of one family, a mom from Central America who had been working as a nurse, a very skilled, advanced nurse in a local hospital. And she suddenly was arrested and put into deportation proceedings and was deported. She actually may have been from Mexico, not from Central America country. But she was deported, and I just read in the news months later, because of public outcry, because of what that journalist did, she's going to be allowed to come back to the United States. And so I think it's a combination of tactics that we have to use to stop these deportations. There are people, as Christina said, who are putting their bodies on the line to stop deportations, lying down literally in front of ICE vans that are trying to take people out of the jails into the airport. But it also takes lawyers going to court and filing papers, and it takes journalists writing in-depth stories that will shift public opinion to ultimately change policy.
Gracias. Cristina.
Quería mencionar 3 puntos.
I wanted to mention 3 points about one of the questions asked. I think we need to be very clear. We are fighting against systems which are xenophobe, racist, classist, which were created in my country, in the US, in a very intentional manner to discriminate people because of their race, religion, or whatever other reason. So we are facing systems which have been working along these lines for decades. And I think we need to be aware that those systems are up and running. Those systems, those ideologies are up and running, and we're trying to fight them, and it's going to take time to fight locally and globally in the US. What we're seeing in the US is that the same people who are in political power, in office, who want to deport migrants, are the same people who want to stop workers from being organized. They are the same people who want to give more power to corporations, who want to give more power to the rich, to the elitists. They are the same people who want to stop people from having health services. So we are living with at times where there is a racist, radical, right-wing movement in the US, which is going to use many tactics, strategies to gain their end. So about what Cecilia and other people were saying, I think that these movements, these mobilizations, this collective power is important, but it's not enough. We are going to need to transform institutions in a radical way, institutions, governments, schools, so that we can reach a change. Something we're seeing in the US is how we can transform the collective power that we've been working on for years, so that people will be elected into our local and federal governments, people who represent our communities, and people who will courageously fight to defend our values and human rights and a fair, multicultural, inclusive democracy for everybody, regardless of our race, origin, or color. And there's a huge gap, work left to do. We cannot just be in the street. We've got to get into the seat of power in order to make a change. And finally, I'd say that I've seen change happen faster when we see directly impacted people, as we heard from our colleague here, who get to fight, get to work in these movements and stand up for their own political rights in their local communities and at federal level. I think these are important elements to see a change, not just a cultural change, but also a change in government. My last comment on the media. I have seen firsthand the power of testimonials, the power of the media, and I have seen how this has changed our political discourse. In the US, it was a huge moment when undocumented migrants started sharing their stories, started denouncing what was happening to them, started standing up against the authorities. That was a watershed for us. For me, sometimes they were not people, they were just an illegal one. An illegal one doesn't have the right. An illegal one cannot take collective action. So when we share our stories, when we become one of a group, we can take action, we can make a change, and it is important to have independent media. Because what we're seeing in many communities is that the media are just a platform for the government. I think independent media are crucial for us. Thank you. Albert? Yeah, a couple of things to our colleague here when he was talking about the impact that's been seen at migration offices here in Catalonia, in Andalusia, in Madrid, everywhere in Spain. I think that we have a grudge that comes from migration policies. Migration policies in Spain are dissected. There is no impact in the municipalities who have the weight of the migrants who live there. They cannot do anything against this lack of migration policies. Obviously, the state, the national migration policy has its representation, has an office in cities, but for them, the person is not at the core. They are just a structure. And I'm saying this because this is a conclusion I'm reaching. The collapse, the huge queues at the asylum office could be a strategy to put people off requesting asylum. I mean, I tend to think ill, but sometimes I get it right when I think ill. And that's what I think. I mean, if your residency permit expires and you have no margin to renew it and you are immediately illegal, then you're not going to be able to renew it because it will have expired. When really there is no legal instrument for you to have the possibility of renewing in time. So I think that in the background there is a political strategy by the Ministry of Domestic Affairs to turn people away. At least right now, I don't know what's going to happen in 20 years' time. I think that that is sadly happening. I think that when somebody migrates to a country, they don't really want to make a contribution. They just want to find a better life for themselves. But that's apart from that. Now, about the media, I think that seeing what's happening all over the world today, we still wonder about the social role that the media play. I think that there is a story that goes beyond the headlines, you know, the story of real people. I think that obviously the media are there to sell. They've got to sell newspapers. They've got to sell hits on internet. They've got to sell their businesses. But today, societies have to have directly involved stakeholders, and civil society has to play its role in creating awareness amongst the community. Yes, I'll be brief. A couple of points about the role of the community. I think that we need to see how we can make the situation more visible and how we can take a legal stand, see if, I don't know, rights are being violated when it comes to having excessive queues or people being put off so that they end up being illegal or their visa expires. So I need to work on a day-to-day basis, but trying to look for how we can achieve a more global effect, a strengthening effect. I think that as long as we remain unstructured, our associations and civil society at large, we are not going to be strong enough. We need to be together. We need to be organized to face up to the current challenge. And yes, of course, the media work the way they do, but we need to find out more about them and find out how we can work with them. We've done it before and we can do it again. We just need to have our own strategies. I think that it can be done and it should be done. Well, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Cecilia, Cristina, Albert, and Andrés. Thank you to those of you who come from far away. Andrés, you too. Or Albert, sorry. And since this is a session on resistances, well, I'm going to leave it here. I'll let Aida speak. Yes, let me steal 5 minutes from your time. I know it's late and you're hungry, and this is an international conference, so I realize that for some people lunch is very late in Spain, but just give me 5 minutes to explain that, as I said before, one of the things we wanted to achieve at this Congress was, apart from using dialectic words, dialectic language words, we wanted to use other languages, such as artistic languages. So I would like to announce that with this accreditation at MACBA, at the museum, there is a show by Jaime Plensa, a Catalan sculptor, very well known. He's got one particular work on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And if you show your accreditation, you'll have free access to MACBA, to the museum, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's just here. I mean, it is next door. And then the umbral threshold show, which I mentioned before, there is some document outside. They have, amongst others, Ramon Esono. He had a show on the underground, on the metro line. Outside, there was a bunch of young people from baccalaureate courses. They come from an institute that they do arts. And they had to leave at 2 because people were waiting for them. We wanted them to come on stage and tell us what they have been doing, because while we were talking, they were creating. So I'm going to give Ramon a couple of minutes so that he shares with us what they've been doing. Hello, good morning or afternoon, whatever it is in your country. Thank you. We are listening closely to everything you're saying. Now, I come from Equatorial Guinea, and I always thought that if we manage to write texts and use words to talk about economy, literature, whatever, sometimes that doesn't reach everybody, because there are still people who are illiterate, or even people who can't read but they don't understand what they're reading. So what I'm here to do, I have no academic training. I'm here to try to convey all those words into something a bit more visual. So I do workshops. You'll see the result of our workshop tomorrow, for example. And in my workshop, people who are perhaps not very interested in the facts and figures you handle, for example, I don't know, economic figures, election results, perhaps they're not interested, or they're too young, or because there is mistrust of information. What we do is we leap straight into visual material, because everybody understands, comprehends visual information. So what's outside is used to educate your children, my children, young people in the importance of human rights. And it talks about why we have this kind of events, this kind of meetings in the city where they live, which is a city which I'm sure is also the stage for many violations of human rights. There is a horrible situation in this sad Spain or Catalonia now. We have been trying to destroy cardboard and turn that cardboard into a clear message for all of us, black, white, Asian, African, whatever. So I encourage you all to come and have a look at our workshop. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you also enjoy your work to make sure that human rights are not just mere words.
you.